Chapter 966. Ha, little guy, other than the rank 5 soul realm, I have another thing to tell you. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were flying side by side in the void. Suddenly, the latter smiled mockingly and stopped in midair. Xiao Yan frowned. A curious expression appeared on his face. Ancestor, what do you mean? This, Xiao Xian smiled and extended 2 fingers. At the same time, a huge amount of soul power surged and rapidly gathered at his fingertips, releasing a dazzling golden light. Xiao Yan was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately thought of something when he picked up the golden light. Could it be? Xiao Xian extended his finger and randomly drew in the empty space while Xiao Yan was guessing in shock in his heart. After merely a few strokes, he waved his hand and the golden light seal that was agglomerated instantly shot forward. It collided with a distant mountain with a speed that seemed to chase the stars and the moon. Bang! There was an explosive sound. At the same time, Xiao Yan was shocked to see that the entire mountain peak had been blasted apart by the light seal. Hiss! Xiao Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock and amazement. He did not expect Xiao Xian to be able to condense a formation. Ancestor, this is all thanks to Tianju's inheritance. In addition to all his soul origin energy, I have also inherited his identity as an array master. This may also be due to my Doqi attribute. In short, I am now an array master. Ha! At the end, even Xiao Xian himself was pleasantly surprised. After receiving Tianju's inheritance and listening to Xiao Yan's explanation, he had some understanding of the path of an array master. The existence of an array master in the origin martial continent was not inferior to an alchemist. However, the 2 paths were different, and the former was more difficult, causing the path of an array master to gradually decline. However, the path of cultivation was different. This was the rule of the continent. Xiao Xian had obtained the inheritance of Tianju's soul origin energy, so he was destined to become a formation master. In the future, Xiao Xian would definitely go further and further on this path. He would accomplish what Tianju had failed to do, or even surpass him. Subsequently, the grandfather and grandson laughed and chatted for a while. After Xiao Xian withdrew his soul power, he once again moved and quickly flew toward the north. The Northern Wilderness Palace was located in the Northern Wilderness. There were a total of 4 palace masters in the palace. The Grand Palace Master was located in the main palace, which was the Northern Mountain. The other 3 palace masters each occupied one side of the palace. Other than the main palace, the other 3 palaces were called the East, South, and West Palaces respectively. Feng City. Feng City was an extremely large city in the northern region. Although it was not the largest city in the entire northern region, it could be considered one of the top 10 cities. This was because of its geographical location. Feng City faced the eastern hall of the Northern Wilderness Hall to the north. Although the distance was rather far, the 2 existed on the same latitude. It was also because of this that Feng City and the 4 halls of the Northern Wilderness Hall cleverly formed a X shape. Today was the day to enter the Obsidian Tower that occurred once every 5 years in Feng City. Until today, half a month had passed since Xiao Yan had left the Zhu clan village. Walking in Feng City, Xiao Yan's gaze casually swept across the crowd. His loose black robe flowed freely in the crowd like water. Xiao Yan easily arrived at the center of the city. This place was a huge plaza. An enormous black-colored stone tower stood in the middle of the open ground. A countless number of people crowded around it. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the crowd and could clearly see that there was a large empty space in front of this black-colored stone tower. Other than that place, the entire city seemed to have been filled with people. In that empty space, Xiao Yan could clearly see the figures of 3 people. They were middle-aged men wearing brocade robes with the word "desolate" embroidered on their backs. These 3 people were from the northern wilderness hall. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, but his heart did not stir much. 3 late 9-star Dodi. One of them had even reached the peak of the late 9-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could be considered the strongest in this place. At this moment, their gazes were tightly locked on the black stone tower in front of them. Deep within their eyes, there was a fiery glow. Xiao Yan had already been in the city for nearly 2 hours. During this period of time, he had heard quite a number of things related to this black bright tower. After hearing these news, even his heart could not help but be moved. This obsidian tower actually had the ability to raise the cultivation of Dodi's elite. Just this point alone was enough to make him excited. Cultivation. This had always been the problem that Xiao Yan was most concerned about. Only with great strength would he be able to freely traverse the continent, rescue Sun Er, and reunite with his wife. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally would not easily miss it. Even though the destination of this trip was the Northern Sea, it was not important to stop for a short period of time on the way. Moreover, if he could use this time to raise his cultivation, Xiao Yan would naturally be more than happy to do so. According to the people around him, the obsidian tower contained the souls of many powerful magical beasts from the ancient times. However, after the passage of time, these souls no longer possessed their original strength. Even if they inherited their innate tyrannical and murderous nature, the damage they could do to humans was no longer as great as before. In the long river of time, due to the obsidian tower, the remnant spirits of these magical beasts had actually merged and absorbed the energy between heaven and earth. Finally, they had become a completely new energy body. The natural energy contained within these energy bodies was especially large. If one was able to absorb it, even an elite Dodi's strength would similarly increase. This was especially so after many Dodi had broken through their cultivation in the obsidian tower. This caused the obsidian tower to attract even more Dodi's attention. It was also because of this that the scene of today appeared in Feng City. If I can enter the obsidian tower this time, perhaps my cultivation will be able to take another step forward. If that's the case, perhaps with my own strength, I will be able to fight a mid-9-star Dodi without being at a disadvantage. Looking at the tall obsidian tower in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly fiery. Dope a reincarnated flame emperor. Chapter 967. Rumble. The enormous obsidian tower in Feng City suddenly began to shake. The thick black stone door slowly opened with a rumbling sound. Everyone present threw their fiery hot gazes over. After the door of the obsidian tower was completely opened, the enormous human wave immediately roared and charged forward. Their target was the obsidian tower in the middle of the square. The roar was like thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. The black mass of human flow was like a large dark cloud as it surged forward. At this moment, the 3 middle-aged men in front of the obsidian tower exchanged glances with each other and parted their mouths to smile. Cuckoo, Eastern Hall Master, I remember that you have obtained the greatest benefit among the 3 of us in the obsidian tower the last time. How is it? You are about to reach the peak of the advanced 9-star Dodi class, right? The person in the middle of the 3 smiled. He looked at the tall and sturdy middle-aged man on his right. His eyes contained a mocking expression. Although the 3 of them were all subordinates of the Northern Wasteland Hall, they had their own conflicts with each other. The main hall would not stop or interfere with this kind of conflict. It was also because of this that the Northern Wasteland Hall was able to take such deep roots in the northern region. It was also because of this that the foundation of the Northern Wasteland Hall was so strong. Hearing this, the Eastern Hall Master's expression was cold as he glanced at the middle-aged man. He coldly said, "Unlike you, Southern Hall Master, I'm afraid that you are planning to break through to the 8th level after entering the Obsidian Tower this time. As long as you can enter it, your cultivation might be able to leap to the Origin Transformation realm. At that time, you will really become the number 2 of our Northern Wasteland Hall." Haha, since the Eastern Hall Master has said this, I will congratulate you here. I hope that you can successfully break through to the origin transformation realm. At that time, you will need to help me. After the words from the Eastern Hall Master's mouth sounded, the middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance to the left of the Southern Hall Master cupped his hands toward the Eastern Hall Master. His face revealed a warm smile and the words from his mouth contained some flattery. Oh. Since that is the case, I will borrow your auspicious words. Haha, Western Hall Master, please be rest assured. Once I break through to the origin transformation realm, I will definitely lend you a hand. I hope that you can break through to the origin transformation realm as soon as possible so that you can properly control the northern region and strengthen our northern wasteland hall. The South Hall Master laughed out loud. He glanced at the East Hall Master from the corner of his eye and sneered. Then, he moved his body and charged toward the Obsidian Tower. The East Hall Master and the West Hall Master exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were ice-cold. Soon after, they moved and rushed towards the Obsidian Tower together. Within the crowd, Xiaoyan's body was like a snake that could not be stopped as he slithered forward. Following the flow of people, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the Obsidian Tower. Seeing the large amount of people entering, Xiaoyan's forward speed unknowingly increased. However, just as Xiaoyan charged into the Obsidian Tower, a huge force suddenly descended from above his head. His body, which was originally floating in mid-air, almost fell to the ground. Xiaoyan was slightly startled in his heart. Immediately after, he regained his senses. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he seemed to have shaken off that huge force. Raising his head to look at the huge stone hall in front of him, Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a shocked expression. Other than the powerful magical beast energy bodies within the Obsidian Tower, the most important thing was the Obsidian Tower itself. It possessed an extremely frightening suppressive ability. Even a strong Do-Di would have difficulty moving within it. Although the pressure within the tower was frightening, the strength of the first level was far from enough to suppress Xiaoyan. The pressure here could at the very most cause some 2-star Do-Di to be unable to resist. As long as one was a 3-star Do-Di, one would be able to barely move within this place. Under this pressure, even if they did not kill those energy bodies, they would still be able to grow quite a lot. The ability of the obsidian stone itself was that it had an extraordinary condensing effect on Do-Chi. Hence, training within the Obsidian Tower would often be able to obtain great benefits. At this moment, there were already quite a number of low-class Do-Di who had begun to crazily train within this place. The Obsidian Tower would only be open for 3 months. Hence, they needed to raise their cultivation to the greatest extent within this period of time. Otherwise, they could only slowly train and wait for another 5 years. However, compared to these people, Xiaoyan's target was clearly not the first level. A pair of dark black eyes swept across the interior of the large hole. Very quickly, Xiaoyan looked towards the deepest part of the large hole. At that spot, numerous human figures were swiftly running. In front of them, there was a row of wide stairs. That was the path that led to the second level. They watched as the group of people rushed up the stairs. But soon, other than a portion of the crowd, the speed at which most of them climbed up the stairs became slower and slower. In the end, they directly lay down on the stairs, gasping for breath with great difficulty. Their bodies were unable to move even an inch, and even moving a finger was difficult for them. As for the other portion of people, although the expression on their faces appeared to be a little strenuous, they still quickly rushed up to the second level. Xiaoyan looked over. Among those people, the weakest one had a 4-star Do-Di's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that the pressure within the Obsidian Tower would soar with the rise of the level. The pressure of the second level was definitely something that even an ordinary 5-star Do-Di would have difficulty resisting. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He did not hesitate even a little as his toes pressed on the ground. Soon after, his body shot forward in a ghost-like manner. His wind-like speed immediately alerted the surrounding elite Do-Di seated on the ground. Xiao Yan's body flashed in front of numerous surprised gazes. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged up the stairs. Buzz! A frightening pressure descended on Xiao Yan's head. However, Xiao Yan's body did not pause even a little as he charged forward, ignoring the frightening pressure. In the blink of an eye, his body had disappeared from the large hall of the first level. This fellow, who is he? He is actually able to ignore the pressure of the first level. Looking at his agility, it is likely that his cultivation has already reached that of an 8-star Do-Di. Waves of discussions were emitted from the large hall of the first level after Xiao Yan's body disappeared. Their voices were filled with surprise. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also appeared on the second level of the stone tower. Xiao Yan's appearance had also attracted quite a number of gazes. This time around, Xiao Yan glanced over and saw quite a number of illusionary magical beasts floating in the air within the large hall. These fellows were of different sizes, but without exception, their bodies contained an extremely large amount of energy. However, Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear this. His body shook slightly and removed the pressure that had landed on his shoulder. Soon after, his body moved and swiftly flew toward the stairs of the third level of the stone tower. Chapter 968. After passing through the first 4 levels of the stone tower, Xiao Yan's figure quickly appeared on the 5th level. At this point, most of the experts gathered in the hall were already 8-star Do-Di. Other than 2 or 3 7-star Do-Di who were sitting cross-legged in training, the other 8-star Do-Di had pressure above their heads. They were each using their own methods to fight for the energy bodies of the magic beasts floating in the air. Explosive sounds of Do-Chi colliding continuously sounded from the hole. Human figures flew around. Occasionally, there would be energy bodies that were killed. Soon after, they would be held in someone's hand. Even though other people could not help but feel a burning desire in their hearts when they saw this, the strength of the people present was almost the same. It would be troublesome if they were to fight. Rather than fighting each other pointlessly, it was better to make use of the time to kill more of these energy bodies. Faced with the attacks of an 8-star Do-Di in the battleground, those energy bodies would naturally not just stand there and allow themselves to be beaten. Faced with the pursuit of an 8-star Do-Di, these energy bodies would dodge and do their best to retaliate. It was not impossible for some powerful energy bodies to turn around and suppress the human experts. Standing in front of the stairs, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the continuously flashing crowd in front of him and landed on the stairs behind him. Just like before, there were also elite Do-Di sitting cross-legged there with difficulty. Moreover, the cultivation of those people had generally reached 8-star Do-Di. The strongest among them had even reached the level of a quasi-9-star Do-Di. If even such a cultivation was suppressed here, one could imagine just how frightening the pressure contained in the 6th level was. Standing on the 5th level, the current Xiao Yan could already clearly feel the heavy pressure on his shoulders. Even though this was far from his ultimate limit, it was enough to cause people to feel shocked. Stomp! Xiao Yan's feet were slightly heavy as they stepped on the ground. Do-Chi gathered under his feet. Soon after, it was like a fountain that angrily spurted out. Chi! Do-Chi surged as Xiao Yan's body suddenly charged forward. His body was just like a shooting star. Any energy body that collided with him would explode in an instant wherever he passed. Only pieces of energy cores were left as they fell from the air. Soon after, they attracted a wild scramble from the 8-star Do-Di present. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already reached the staircase leading to the 6th level in that short instant. His footsteps did not stop as he stomped heavily on the first step. His figure once again charged forward explosively, heading straight for the 6th level. On the stairs, the few elite Do-Di's faces were filled with shock as they watched Xiao Yan climb to the 6th level without stopping. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The sixth floor. When Xiao Yan's figure appeared on the sixth level of the stone tower, the number of people in the hall had decreased significantly. There were only 7 elite Do Di on this level. Moreover, all 7 of them were elite 9-star Do Di. The 3 hall chiefs of the Northern Wasteland Hall were also among them. At this moment, these 7 people were each standing in a corner of the hall. Other than 2 of them, the others were quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground. They quietly endured the frightening pressure that came from above their heads. Under the cover of this frightening pressure, they repeatedly condensed the Do Chi within their bodies. When one's cultivation had reached this level, it was impossible to rely solely on training to raise one's strength. Only by repeatedly condensing one's body and repeatedly condensing one's cultivation would one be able to achieve success. At this moment, other than the 2 people who were still fighting for the energy bodies, the other 5 people in the hall were all advanced 9-star Do Di. Therefore, such a scene had occurred in the hall. The few people in the hall did not make much of a move in the face of Xiao Yan's sudden appearance. They merely randomly glanced at the latter. After discovering that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, a different expression more or less surfaced in their eyes. However, that was all. After stepping into the 6th level, the frightening pressure that landed on Xiao Yan's shoulders became even more frightening. This time around, even Xiao Yan felt a little strenuous. Once again, he raised his gaze and looked at the stairs that led to the 7th level. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. He did indeed still have some strength left in this 6th level. However, if he were to forcefully charge into the 7th level, the result would be unknown to him. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. Finally, he withdrew the thought in his heart. He turned his gaze and looked at the energy bodies in the midair. The energy contained within these energy bodies on the 6th level was much larger than the energy on the previous few levels. How could energy that could move a 9-star Do Di be weak? Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. His shoulders twisted slightly. The strength within his body also began to truly surge at this moment. It was just like a huge dragon that was slowly awakening at this moment. Xiao Yan's eyes rotated. His sharp gaze quickly locked onto a lion-like illusionary enormous beast that was suspended in midair in the middle of the hall. Although its body was similarly illusionary, this fellow was clearly much more real when compared to the other energy bodies. This also proved that the energy contained within its body was much larger. Xiao Yan had no intention of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Hence, he could only choose this strongest fellow. Although he would have to spend some effort, he would be able to save a lot of trouble as long as he could end the battle quickly. Xiao Yan's hands slowly clenched into fists. An enormous force swiftly agglomerated within his palms. Do Chi surged and a heavenly flame arose. It swiftly covered both of Xiao Yan's arms. The strength elephant skill was also unleashed at this moment. It is actually a heavenly flame. The appearance of the heavenly flame immediately attracted the attention of a few people in the hall. The 3 hall masters of the Northern Wasteland Hall were no exception. When the Southern Hall master saw Xiao Yan, he immediately narrowed his eyes. A doubtful expression appeared in his eyes. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally became silent. Soon after, the Southern Hall master slowly stood up. With heavy footsteps, he actually walked directly to the stairs that led to the 7th level. Sitting cross-legged earlier might have been a form of training for others, but to him, it was merely a way to recover his strength. What he needed to do now was to break through to the 7th level. As long as he could reach there, he might be able to use this opportunity to complete a breakthrough in his cultivation and become an origin transformation expert in one go. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body moved with a powerful pressure above his head. He charged toward the energy body at the center of the hall. Chi! Within the hall, although Xiao Yan's speed was fast, the energy body still managed to dodge in time. In this regard, Xiao Yan felt a little surprised in his heart. However, he quickly let out a cold smile. His feet violently stomped on the empty air. At the same time, his body once again charged out explosively. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 969. Who is this brat? He is actually able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall to such an extent. Looking at the Southern Hall Chief's expression, it seems that he is not having a good time. That's right. The old me has been in the northern region for many years. I don't dare to say that I know all the strong people, but I can say that I know most of them. However, I have never heard of such a young strong person. Just who is this brat? Waves of surprised voices were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiao Yan. Being able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, who was a peak advanced Do Di, to such an extent, was enough to show how powerful he was. Since when did such a young strong person appear in the northern region? Looks like the Northern Wasteland Hall has kicked an iron plate this time around. Being able to groom such an outstanding member of the younger generation, his clan is definitely not an ordinary faction. If the people from the Northern Wasteland Hall touch him, it is likely that they will end up creating a great enemy for themselves. The sounds of discussion were frequent and incessant. Most of the voices contained surprise, but there were even more sneers. Most of the factions did not have a good impression of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Moreover, in this northern region, it was like a pack of wolves facing a fierce tiger. A pack of hungry wolves would naturally be extremely afraid of the fierce tiger. They had always hoped that the latter would reveal a large scar. Currently, Xiao Yan's appearance was able to tear apart this scarlet scar. This was naturally something that they were happy to see. The fierce tiger might be frightening, but if a crack appeared on its body, it would attract countless flies. It was likely that it would only be a matter of time before it fell ill. Clang! With a punch, the Southern Hall Chief once again forced the Northern King back. The frightening strength violently smashed a large hole in the Northern King's chest. His entire chest had sunk in. Frightening black thunderbolts surged out. They were just like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged toward the Southern Hall Chief. This time around, the dark black thunderbolts directly surged up his arm and swiftly entered his body. They wantonly destroyed his veins. At the same time, some slight changes occurred within the Southern Hall Chief's body because of this. The South Hall Master, who was focused on the battle, did not pay much attention to this. The Bing Nan hammer that he was holding in his other hand had also changed greatly at this moment. After countless strikes, a large dent had appeared on the Bing Nan hammer. The entire hammer looked unusually strange. Even though the South Hall Master was unwilling to accept this, he still forcefully endured it. He was very clear about the principle of no pain, no gain. Although Bing Nan hammer had been with him for a long time, he didn't know what a real weapon was until he saw the dark heavy buster sword. If he could obtain the heavy Xian ruler, his battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Once he broke through to the origin transformation realm in the future, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. After the Northern King was forced back, Xiao Yan's figure followed closely behind. He viciously swung the large black buster sword in his hand. Flames flew out like a banner of fire as it viciously slashed toward the South Hall Chief. The South Hall Chief swung the battered hammer. Do Chi filled the hammer as it violently blocked Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, the remaining force forcefully forced Xiao Yan back. After forcing back Xiao Yan with a single blow, the South Hall Chief's eyes turned and looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the Northern King was the closest to the Obsidian Tower. To the South Hall Chief, this was an excellent opportunity. He wanted to force the Northern King into the Obsidian Tower and use the power of the Obsidian Tower to crush him. That way, without the Northern King, Xiao Yan's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be much easier to suppress Xiao Yan. A mere 7-star Do Di was no different from an ordinary expert as long as he did not have any puppets. He would not cause any trouble for the South Hall chief. This time, he could easily kill Xiao Yan outside the obsidian tower. As for the treasures on Xiao Yan's body, they would naturally all belong to him. In the blink of an eye, the South Hall chief's figure flickered. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the Northern King in an instant. The battered hammer in his hand was raised high. The attack that he had long prepared was unleashed at this moment. Bing Nan Hammer, sky-raising strike. With a low cry in his heart, the hammer fell and viciously smashed into the Northern King's body. Bang! The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The Northern King's body flew backward uncontrollably. The lightning energy once again surged and rushed into the South Hall chief's body through the hammer. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, once again waved his giant ruler and charged over. At this moment, he clearly saw that the Northern King's body had been directly smashed into the obsidian tower. This guy, Xiao Yan's eyes widened. He finally reacted. He did not expect the South Hall chief to use this method to deal with the Northern King. Once the Northern King was suppressed by the obsidian tower, he would lose a huge trump card. Northern King! Come back! He shouted, but it was all too late. In the face of such a powerful force, the Northern King could not control his body. Even if Xiao Yan tried to control it, he could not change the outcome. As Xiao Yan's expression changed wildly, the Northern King's body was directly smashed into the obsidian tower. At this moment, the heavy doors of the obsidian tower were shut tightly. The obsidian tower was sealed. The next time it opened would be 5 years later. Hee, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The South Hall chief laughed coldly. Seeing that the obsidian tower was completely sealed, the knot in his heart was easily resolved. The Northern King's combat strength was indeed quite a big problem for him. However, the Northern King was currently sealed in the obsidian tower. The powerful pressure would definitely crush this puppet into a pile of scrap metal. A puppet was ultimately a puppet. No matter how hard the metal was, it would still be crushed by such a powerful pressure. However, the Northern King's original body was of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. 7 feet. A loud cry was transmitted from the empty space behind him. The South Hall chief had a cold smile on his face at this moment. He appeared unhurried as he randomly tossed aside the broken hammer in his hand. He turned his head with a smile and looked at Xiao Yan. Green-colored Do Chi surged out of his hand with a puffed sound. It was like a flame that swiftly agglomerated into an enormous python. It carried a frightening aura and pressure. One attack and Xiao Yan's 7th ruler glow exhausted each other. The moment these two energies turned into an energy storm and dissipated, 5 dark black steel needles suddenly shot out from the energy storm. They were like 5 bolts of lightning as they ruthlessly pierced toward the South Hall chief. Even though the South Hall chief's agility was timely, he was ultimately only able to dodge the 4th and 5th steel needles. They unceremoniously penetrated the energy barrier that had formed on the surface of his body. Soon after, the needles pierced his body in front of his shocked eyes. Crack! Chapter 970. Stomp! The foot that had just been lifted a moment ago once again landed heavily on the ground. He turned his gaze and his sharp eyes shot toward the South Hall master. His eyes were dense and cold as he spoke in a deep voice. How do you know that I did it? Cuckoo, you have forgotten. Although you killed Li Su, those few low-class Do Di were only seriously injured and did not die. They had deeply imprinted your appearance in their minds. The South Hall master smiled. He appeared incomparably calm. Although he was unable to see the exact cultivation of the black-robed young man in front of him, he felt that the latter was at the very most an intermediate 9-star Do-D. Such a strength would not be able to cause any waves in front of him. I should have finished them off back then. Xiao Yan's tone was low and deep. The South Hall master laughed when he heard this. There were quite a number of people who saw your appearance back then. Don't tell me that you wanted to kill everyone in the city. May I know what you plan to do to me now? Xiao Yan's tone was icy cold. He flipped his hand and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and left a shallow dent even on the hard floor that was created from obsidian. A strange glint involuntarily flashed across the South Hall master's eyes when he saw this scene. This obsidian tower was so hard that even with his cultivation, it was difficult to shake it. It was unexpected that the weight of this strange large ruler was actually able to leave a dent on it. This caused him to feel extremely curious. Little brat, it's not strange for you to be able to kill Li Su. However, you shouldn't have killed someone from the Northern Baron Palace. I think the obsidian tower is a good place to be buried. Today, you will die here. The South Hall master's body moved the instant his voice sounded. He directly flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Do-Chi agglomerated and turned into an enormous Do-Chi palm above Xiao Yan's head. 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint fire. The South Hall master cried out in his heart as he waved the large ruler in his hand. A dense white flame covered the large ruler. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire barrier around Xiao Yan, protecting him within it. Boom! The gigantic energy palm descended and violently smashed against the fire barrier. Immediately, flames shot out in all directions. The energy palm was forcibly blocked, and the fire barrier was pushed back and dissipated. Xiao Yan's hand, which was tightly gripping the giant ruler, could not help but feel slightly numb. The opponent was indeed worthy of being an expert at the peak of the advanced stage Do-D class. His strength was not something that an ordinary elite Do-D could compare with. Even Xiao Yan did not have any chance of victory when fighting with him. Of course, this was under the premise that the North King was not used. Compared to Xiao Yan's surprise, the South Hall chief's heart was even more surprised at this moment. Xiao Yan's defeat was within his expectations after just one exchange. However, after the collision earlier, Xiao Yan's cultivation had been completely exposed in front of him. Advanced 7-star Do-D. You are only a 7-star Do-D. The South Hall master's face was filled with shock. The black-robed young man in front of him, who had easily entered the 6th floor of the obsidian tower, was actually just a 7-star Do-D. What happened? Your cultivation. Could it be that I have sensed wrongly? You have not sensed wrongly. I am indeed an advanced 7-star Do-D. Moreover, it is all thanks to that energy core. I was only able to break through by borrowing its strength. Xiao Yan grinned and clenched his numb hand. The expression on his face gradually became stern. Although the opponent was indeed a peak advanced 9-star Do-D, this was the only way to arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. What a surprising brat. I am becoming more and more curious about you. Who exactly are you? You are the first person in the northern region who dares to attack my northern desolate hole. As he spoke, the South Palace master clenched his hand. The storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Soon after, a gigantic hammer fell into the latter's hand. Third South Hammer, the weapon that made me famous. Heavy Xian ruler. These 3 words could be considered as a reply to the other party. Good. What a good heavy Xian ruler. I will accept it on your behalf. As his voice sounded, the South Palace master's arms suddenly shook. The gigantic hammer was swung and the sound of wind immediately sounded in the hole. Soon after, a gigantic hammer shadow, wrapped in Do-Chi, violently shot toward Xiao Yan. Flame-splitting tsunami. With a low cry, the gigantic ruler in his hand was swung. The heavenly flame surged and a majestic flaming ruler glow shot out. It broke the hammer's shadow that was coming toward him and continued to smash toward the South Palace Master without any reduction in strength. Third South Hammer, hammer subduing the mighty. The gigantic hammer was swung once again. It fell from high up and violently smashed onto the floor. However, it did not leave any mark. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out in all directions with the gigantic hammer as the center. As the hammer fell, the glow of the flame-splitting tsunami and the energy wave scattered. This time around, Xiao Yan's flame-splitting tsunami was instantly broken. The powerful energy wave swept forward with the momentum of breaking bamboo. The remaining energy forced Xiao Yan back with a single strike. Puff! A muffled groan was emitted from his mouth. Threads of fresh blood involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was still fiery hot. The hand that was holding the gigantic ruler tightened. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a row of teeth that were dyed red by fresh blood. He parted his lips and laughed. Haha, not bad. It has been a long time since I met an opponent with such a powerful physical body. Again. The instant the laughter was emitted, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shot forward. He waved the gigantic ruler and charged toward the South Palace Master with brute force without using any Do techniques. You are really a person who will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Alright, let me exercise my muscles. It has been a long time since I met a younger generation member with such a powerful physical body. The South Palace Master also sneered. He waved the gigantic hammer and his body also charged forward. He violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. Clang 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 clang, the gigantic ruler was swung upward and the gigantic hammer was swung downward. The collision between the two of them was completely based on the strength of their physical bodies. Their moves were large and wide. Sparks shot in all directions when they collided. The sharp collision sound that almost caused one's ears to explode continuously resounded in this large hall, where the pressure was becoming increasingly strong. However, the two people in the hall acted as though they did not hear it. Fists and palms intersected. Elbows and shoulders collided. Every part of the body of the two of them had become the strongest weapon. The battle between the two of them became increasingly intense and fiery hot. However, the South Palace Master appeared to have a card up his sleeve from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was waiting for something. Bing Nan hammer, sky lifting. Suddenly, the South Palace Master let out an explosive cry. His body swiftly rose into the air. The distance between Xiao Yan and him was also instantly pulled apart. Soon after, the gigantic hammer fell. Powerful Do Qi gathered at one point and directly struck at Xiao Yan. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 971. Bang! The sudden attack of a 9-star Do Di was something that even Xiao Yan was unable to completely block. In the end, he was forcefully sent flying by the aftershock of the enormous hammer. The heavy Xian ruler, which he had been holding tightly in his hand, also slipped out of his hand. Clang! The heavy, enormous ruler smashed onto the ground. The heavy, enormous ruler was forcefully embedded an inch deep into the ground. This obsidian tower, which was built from obsidian, was completely useless in front of the heavy Xian ruler. Xiao Yan's body rubbed against the ground as he continued to retreat. At the same time, the pressure that he could feel around him also became increasingly frightening. The muscles all over his body tightened as Do Qi wildly surged. Only then did he forcefully remove the frightening force within his body. At the same time, he also resisted the frightening pressure above his head. Even though this was the case, it still caused the blood within Xiao Yan's body to churn. His expression involuntarily became much paler. He raised his eyes, only to see that the South Hall chief's eyes had landed on the heavy Xian ruler. After the repeated collisions, he had naturally sensed the extraordinariness of the heavy Xian ruler. If it was not because his Bing Nan hammer had the support of Do Qi, it was likely that it would have already been deformed. The hardness of this strange large ruler could be said to be the most frightening thing that he had seen in so many years. If he could obtain such a weapon, his fighting strength would definitely be raised. The South Hall chief did not hesitate as he walked to the front of the heavy Xian ruler. He extended his hand and lifted it. A 9-star Do Di has actually been reduced to snatching a weapon from me, a 7-star Do Di, huh? You are actually still able to stand up after receiving an attack from me. The South Hall chief's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw Xiao Yan stand up from the ground. He immediately laughed coldly and said, as the saying goes, the strong are respected. This ruler of yours is originally an extraordinary item. In any case, it will only be buried in your hands. Why don't you give it to me and let it shine in my hands? The South Hall chief laughed coldly as he bent his waist. His hand was already placed on the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler. Immediately, he held it in his hand and was just about to lift it. Buzz. An extremely frightening weight was suddenly transmitted from the huge ruler. The South Hall chief had used all of his strength, but he was unable to move the heavy Xian ruler even a little. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that the moment he held the heavy Xian ruler, he could clearly sense that the Do Qi energy within his body, the vortex, and even the Do Qi energy that was swiftly circulating within his Qi paths had actually become sluggish in an instant. What's going on? The South Hall chief's heart was startled. He was just about to release his grip when a cold laugh suddenly sounded beside his ear. Hee, South Hall master, it seems like you are not qualified to control it. Let me do it. The moment the cold voice fell, the South Palace master lost control of the heavy buster sword under his hand. The handle of the buster sword left the latter's control, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to Xiao Yan's hand, who was in front of the South Palace master. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. The moment the giant ruler entered his hand, Xiao Yan executed the sevenfold sky-breaking ruler. The dense white glow from the ruler tore through the empty space and violently smashed toward the South Hall chief's face. Xiao Yan did not have the slightest pity for the latter. The sudden attack caused the South Hall chief's expression to be greatly startled. He could not be bothered about anything else as his body hurriedly dodged to the side. The ruler glow was like a rainbow as it narrowly brushed past the South Hall chief's body. The frightening aura caused the South Hall chief's heart to tremble. Brat, you are seeking death. A humiliated fury immediately surged into the South Hall chief's heart after being forced back by a 7-star Do Di. He beckoned with his large hand and the Bing Nan hammer immediately returned to his hand. He lifted the enormous hammer and an attack that was even more powerful than before came smashing down heavily. Sky-lifting strike. Bang! An intense explosion sounded within the large hall. A frightening energy ripple swept apart like a storm. An enormous hammer shadow shot out and shattered Xiao Yan's 3 ruler glows. Finally, the remaining strength violently sent Xiao Yan flying. With the help of the golden elephant's skill and the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan did not suffer much damage. However, that powerful strength still caused the blood in his body to churn. The South Hall chief's body suddenly sank after sending Xiao Yan flying with one attack. The pressure within the large hall had become even more frightening. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. His body suddenly turned and rushed toward the stairs that led to the first level without any hesitation. Now, all he needed to do was guard the exit of the first level. As long as he ensured that Xiao Yan was unable to leave the Black Radiant Tower, within 3 days, he could only be sealed within and wait to be crushed to death by the frightening pressure within the Black Radiant Tower. The heavy Xian ruler was something that caused him to be extremely tempted. However, since he was unable to obtain it now, he could only wait for the next opening of the Black Radiant Tower 5 years later. Soon after, the Nan Hall chief disappeared from the 6th level. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was still panting on the spot. The frightening pressure within the hall made it difficult for him to breathe. The recovery speed of the injuries in his body also slowed down because of this. He had to use more time to catch his breath. After nearly an hour, Xiao Yan's breathing gradually stabilized. The pressure above his head was as heavy as a mountain, causing the dou qi in his body to circulate at a slower speed. Xiao Yan steadied himself and put away the heavy Xian ruler. He was about to walk in the direction where the South Hall chief had left. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, he stopped. His foot stopped in midair. Xiao Yan stared at the ground in front of him as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Xiao Yan abruptly turned his head. His body turned and his feet followed suit. After which, he stepped heavily on the stairs that led to the 7th level, which was just a short distance away. Since he still had the energy to spare, Xiao Yan naturally would not retreat so easily. Since he was already here, he had to try and see if he could step onto the 7th level. Buzz! As the sole of his foot landed, the heavy pressure above his head suddenly increased. At the same time, Xiao Yan's shoulder also sank slightly uncontrollably. However, he was immediately lifted up by force. Ha! A low cry was emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. He clenched his teeth tightly and his pale face instantly became flushed red. The veins on his forehead pulsed and his body trembled slightly. Only after a couple of breaths did he slowly calm down. What a frightening pressure. The pressure on the stairs is almost twice as strong as the pressure in the hall. Xiao Yan thought deeply in his heart. His heart involuntarily felt a soreness because of this. Even though this was the case, he still wanted to give it a try and see just where his limit was. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his foot under the pressure above his head. What should have been an extremely simple action took Xiao Yan nearly 5 minutes to complete. During this process, he had endured a frightening pressure that he had never experienced before. Step. The second stage. Chapter 972. Step. 7th step. When the heavy footsteps once again landed, Xiao Yan's body was still firm. He was unwilling to lower his head as he stood on the 7th step of the obsidian tower's 7th level. He clenched his teeth tightly and a hissing sound was repeatedly emitted from between his teeth. Xiao Yan had used nearly 4 hours just to step onto these 7 steps. This kind of speed was naturally as slow as a tortoise from Xiao Yan's point of view. However, he had never thought about what those 9-star dou di would think if they were to see this. This was especially so for the South Hall Master. 5 years ago, he had also stepped onto these steps. However, he had only managed to step onto the 10th step after using 2 days. It was difficult to imagine what the South Hall Master would think if he were to see Xiao Yan's current speed. Most importantly, the obsidian tower was closing at this moment. The pressure within the tower had become even more frightening. It was completely incomparable to the pressure that the South Hall Master had to deal with back then. This time around, Xiao Yan stood at the same spot and panted for half an hour. After which, he took another step with great difficulty. His body was slightly hunched and his movements were as slow as an old man's. When Xiao Yan took another step onto the 8th step, his body suddenly sank and he nearly fell down. However, in the end, he forcefully stood up with a ferocious expression. Ha! A hoarse low roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. This time around, his movements did not pause at all. He allowed the pressure above his head to descend. When he stepped onto the 8th step, his body suddenly bent down and one of his hands violently pressed against the ground with a bang. Rip! Under this frightening pressure, the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing was forcefully shattered, revealing Xiao Yan's bright red body underneath. Puff! The heavenly flame arose. The dense white flame swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Xiao Yan's body and transformed into a flame armor. With this, he once again resisted the frightening pressure above his head. Crack! However, the flaming armor could only hold on for a short while before a cracking sound suddenly rang out. What? He was shocked. He didn't expect the pressure to be so terrifying. Even the heavenly flame armor couldn't withstand it. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Under this frightening pressure, Xiao Yan's internal organs had also been injured. If he did not stop, it was likely that he would suffer an even more serious injury. Golden Elephant Mantra, activate. With a roar in his heart, a domineering golden light immediately condensed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. The pressure on his body also decreased by a lot. 9. Xiao Yan's mouth panted heavily as he once again lifted his foot and landed on the 9th step. 10th, Puchi. When he took the 10th step, the golden light that covered Xiao Yan's body rapidly dimmed. This time, Xiao Yan's hands landed heavily on the ground. His arms trembled violently as he forcefully supported his body. His solid muscles had become as hard as steel at this moment. His four limbs were like pillars that supported the heavens as they forcefully supported Xiao Yan's body. However, just relying on these was clearly far from enough. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan's body began to sway even more. He appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, as though he would collapse at any moment. Little guy, can you still hold on? At this moment, Xiao Xian's solemn voice sounded in his heart. The latter could no longer hold on. If he continued to stay here, Xiao Yan would only be seriously injured by the pressure here. At that time, it would really be troublesome. Xiao Xian was already prepared. Once Xiao Yan could no longer hold on, he would immediately draw a formation to temporarily resist the pressure in the obsidian tower. I can still hold on. Xiao Yan replied in his heart, unwilling to be outdone. Then, he lifted his head that had been pressed down and stared at the stairs in front of him. There were still 11 steps. As long as he stepped on them, he would be able to reach the 7th floor. Ha! There was a loud shout that was like the roar of a dragon accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor worked together. Xiao Yan's entire body was covered in purplish gold dragon scales. At this moment, all the power in Xiao Yan's body frantically condensed on his legs. He took a step forward, as if he had the power to support the sky. A hurricane followed him, and his speed was like a flash, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Stomp! With a single stomp, he crossed 2 steps. 3 steps in a row. 4th. 5th. 21st. Xiao Yan roared in his heart as his foot landed. Although his face appeared ferocious, it also contained some fanaticism. Both of his eyes were scarlet as he stared intently at the 21st step. His foot was finally about to step onto the 21st step. At the same time, it was also the 7th step, a place that only origin transformation experts could step into. The 7th floor. Wang. However, just as Xiao Yan's foot landed on the 7th floor, a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed out from the 7th floor. It was like the Yellow River had burst through a dam, whistling past. Xiao Yan's body was violently struck by this powerful pressure. He was sent flying with a single strike. After spending nearly 6 hours, Xiao Yan had returned to his original position in an instant. Puchi. His body heavily crashed into the ground, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, splattering everywhere. With just a single strike, Xiao Yan was almost heavily injured. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the pressure on the 7th floor was. Pfft! Xiao Yan flipped his body and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His flushed red face instantly lost its color and his entire aura became sluggish. Little guy, you were too impulsive this time. Even a normal origin transformation expert wouldn't have the ability to charge into the 7th floor. You actually. Cough cough, ancestor, there is no need to worry. I only want to know where my limit is. Although I haven't truly ascended, I can be considered to know now. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. His face was unconcerned, and there was even a trace of excitement in his eyes. His actions earlier might have been crazy, but he had done something that even a 9-star Dodi could not do. On the 21st step, which was the 7th floor of the obsidian tower, there was a small footprint that was stained with some blood. With a flip of his hand, a few tier 4 medicinal pills immediately appeared in his hand. These medicinal pills were precious on the outside, but they were just like jelly beans in his hand. Xiao Yan swallowed them without cherishing them. Immediately, the dense medicinal strength rapidly turned into a warm current that spread throughout his body. His originally serious injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were not light, it was nothing out of the ordinary for Xiao Yan. He had long since become accustomed to it. Borrowing the medicinal strength in his body, Xiao Yan recovered from his injuries while retreating to the 1st floor. As the pressure within the tower increased, Xiao Yan was unable to continue staying on the 6th floor in addition to the injuries in his body. Although his body was still heavy, Xiao Yan's movements were undoubtedly much lighter than before. It was as if the shackles on his body had been removed. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan's speed had increased a little. However, due to the current situation, he did not notice this. A short moment later, Xiao Yan had already appeared in front of the stairs to the 1st floor. From here, he could see the South Hall Master sitting outside the obsidian tower. The latter seemed to be waiting for him. When Xiao Yan appeared, their gazes met from a distance. Dope, a reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 973. Currently, there were still 2 days before the closing of the obsidian tower. The purpose of the South Hall Chief was to prevent Xiao Yan from walking out of the obsidian tower. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was less than 100 steps. However, it was this distance of 100 steps that would determine Xiao Yan's life and death. The South Hall Chief wanted to rely on the strength of the obsidian tower to suppress Xiao Yan until he died. In this way, not only would he be able to save a lot of effort, but he would also be able to complete the mission that the Hall Chief had given him. He would also have the opportunity to obtain everything that Xiao Yan currently possessed. The South Hall Chief would naturally not easily let go of such a good thing. It was quite a coincidence. If it was not because the crime that Xiao Yan had committed happened to be within his jurisdiction, it was likely that the latter's appearance would have swiftly spread throughout the entire northern wasteland. At that time, it would be unknown just whose hands these treasures would land in. From this point of view, although Xiao Yan's fighting strength was extraordinary, a 7-star Dodi was ultimately a 7-star Dodi. Regardless of how Xiao Yan resisted, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to be a match for him. With Xiao Yan's current fighting strength, he was already comparable to an intermediate-level expert among the 9-star Dodi. It must be said that this kind of fighting strength that surpassed one's level could already be considered extremely frightening. However, there was still a great gap in front of an expert at the peak of the advanced level Dodi class. Brat, weren't you very fierce earlier? Why have you ended up in such a state now? You have actually been injured by the pressure within the tower until this state. The corner of the South Hall Chief's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Regardless of how strong one's fighting strength was, one's cultivation was ultimately unable to keep up. Under the frightening pressure within the tower, it was unavoidable for one to suffer some injuries. In this way, he was even more confident in being able to keep Xiao Yan here. However, when he said this, he had forgotten about the embarrassing situation he had been in the tower. Hearing the South Hall Chief's mocking laughter, Xiao Yan laughed mockingly. If he did not want to ascend the stairs to the 7th level, what could the pressure within the tower do to him? South Hall Master, are you waiting for me here because I haven't beaten you enough? Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His pale white face gradually recovered its sleek redness under the effect of the medicinal pill. The remaining dou qi within his body slowly began to circulate. Although his condition was not at his peak, there was nothing for him to be afraid of when facing the Southern Hall chief. That's right. I want to see how many more surprises you can bring me. The South Hall master smirked, his face cold and unfeeling. Surprise? I'm afraid that you'll turn the surprise into a shock. Xiao Yan sneered. As long as his opponent was not an origin transformation expert, he did not fear them at all. With the Northern King present and the 10 steel needles that he had condensed from the power of the Way, he felt a little more confident. Sharp-tongued brat. Since you want to die, I'd like to see just how you'll leave this place. With a cold cry, the South Hall master waved his hand and the Bing Nan hammer appeared in his hand. He swung the hammer and smashed it into the ground in front of him. A violent explosion shook the entire city as a terrifying wave of energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, the entire square had been reduced to ruins. On the other hand, the obsidian tower in front of him remained unmoved. Xiao Yan sat on the ground expressionlessly within the tower. He allowed the pressure above him to grow stronger and stronger. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to focus on refining the medicinal pill in his body. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the face of the South Hall chief when he saw this scene. Currently, the pressure within the black bright tower was becoming increasingly powerful. An ordinary elite dou di would not be able to endure for even a moment within it. Even a high-class dou di would not be able to endure for long. Xiao Yan was clearly injured at this moment. He knew that the obsidian tower was about to close, yet he still wanted to stay inside. Was he not seeking death? This brat, what exactly is he trying to do? The South Hall master could not help but mutter to himself. He did not think that Xiao Yan was a foolish person. Was it possible for a fool to be able to raise his cultivation to such an extent at such a young age and possess a frightening fighting strength that surpassed an ordinary person? It was obviously impossible. However, the South Hall master felt somewhat helpless in the current situation. The pressure within the tower was continuously increasing. Once he entered, his cultivation would definitely be suppressed. At that time, anything could happen. If Xiao Yan was prepared, he would have fallen into a trap. Rather than that, it was better to wait patiently outside the tower. In short, as long as he could block the entrance of the obsidian tower, Xiao Yan would not be able to leave the obsidian tower no matter what tricks he had up his sleeves. Time slowly flowed by as both parties waited. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this moment, the medicinal pills within Xiao Yan's body had been completely refined. His originally pale face once again recovered a sleek redness. The breath in his nose had also gradually calmed down. His entire condition had also recovered by more than half. At the same time, the pressure above Xiao Yan's head became even more terrifying. Unafraid of the powerful pressure above his head, Xiao Yan's face remained calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. His pitch-black eyes were slightly raised. His eyes were as deep as a well, giving off an unfathomable and sinister aura. Standing up, he did not stop his anti-inflammatory actions. With steady footsteps, he walked toward the exit of the obsidian tower. At the same time, the expression on the South Palace master's face turned cold. The hand holding the giant hammer tightened slightly. Dou Qi surged up and entered the hammer. Brat, are you prepared to die? The South Hall master's voice was cold as ice. You want to stop me here? It's a pity that you are not an origin transformation expert. Xiao Yan smiled. His footsteps became even heavier. At this moment, the pressure within the tower had become a little stronger within a short couple of breaths. If he were to continue staying here, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would not be able to leave this place. Oh. You mean to say that only origin transformation experts can stop you? Not knowing whether to laugh or not, Xiao Yan's body swiftly approached the exit. What a boastful brat. Do you really think that no one can do anything to you just because you have some ability? Get out of here. The South Hall Master coldly shouted. At the same time, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of the obsidian tower. He was only one step away from stepping out of the obsidian tower. The giant hammer was swung from top to bottom, viciously smashing down on Xiao Yan's head. At the same time that the giant hammer fell, the sharp sound of wind breaking continuously sounded. The sound of the sonic boom was endless, almost causing one's eardrums to burst. A powerful Do-Chi energy emerged from the huge hammer, and a frightening imposing manner swept out in all directions. The color of the sky changed, and the wind and clouds swept out. The entire city had already attracted the attention of the people here. Many people's expressions changed at this moment. Any Do-Di could feel the heaven-shaking killing intent contained in that aura. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts toward the latter's strength. What caused them to feel even more surprised and curious was just who exactly was this person that could cause a peak late-stage Do-Di expert to face him in such a manner. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was calm in the face of the South Hall Master's attack that was filled with strength. His calm manner appeared extremely strange. The wind pressure that came from the front caused the black robe he was wearing to tightly stick to the surface of his body. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change. Both of his eyes were still wide open as he stared intently at the giant hammer in front of him that was already within reach. Suddenly, Xiao Yan smiled. The expression in his dark black eyes suddenly became stern. At the same time, a light flashed across the storage ring on his finger in a lightning-like manner. Almost at the same time, the Northern King, whose body was emitting a purple-gold glow like a metal tower, suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The Northern King arched his body backward. Soon after, he violently swung his fist forward to meet the Bing Nan hammer that was filled with an overbearing strength. Bang! When the attack landed, a frightening buzzing sound reverberated throughout the sky above Feng City. Everyone's body involuntarily trembled. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock were thrown over. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Very quickly, the crowd surged over. Countless gazes were like spotlights as they stared at the South Hall Master, who was currently standing in front of the Obsidian Tower gate, and the Northern King, who was blocking the Bing Nan hammer with a single punch. That is, the South Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall. That is a 9-star Do-Di. Not only is he a 9-star Do-Di, but he is also a peak late-stage Do-Di. It is said that he has come to the Obsidian Tower this time around for the 7th floor. I wonder if he has managed to reach it. The 7th floor. TSK, that is a place that only origin transformation experts can reach. It has been so many years, but no one has been able to reach the 7th floor. It is really unexpected. But who is that fellow who is currently exchanging blows with the South Hall Master? To be able to block the South Hall Master's hammer, I'm afraid that he is at least a peak late-stage Do-Di. Another peak advanced 9-star Do-Di expert. Hey, there will be a good show to watch now. The Northern Desolate Hall has dominated the entire Northern Desolate region for a long time. Many factions do not like them. If it was not because... Shut up. Be careful that a loose tongue causes trouble. Is the Northern Desolate Hall something that you can casually discuss? The surrounding crowd immediately became chaotic when they saw the scene in the arena. Their discussions were filled with surprise at the Northern King. This is a puppet. At this moment, the South Hall Master, who was the main character in everyone's discussion, undoubtedly understood the situation he was currently facing. The fellow who was currently exchanging blows with him was actually a humanoid puppet that did not have any aura. Its eyes were empty. Puppet. How can it be a puppet? If it is a puppet, how can it use the strength of lightning? The South Hall Master was extremely shocked. If the North King was just an ordinary puppet, it would not have been a big deal. However, what surprised him was that when the North King collided with the North King, an extremely powerful thunderbolt energy erupted from the North King's body. The thunderbolt energy was of great help to the North King in being able to block his hammer attack. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of wind suddenly swept past the South Hall Master's ear. Soon after, a black figure quietly appeared beside him like a ghost. How can this brat speed? The South Hall Master was instantly shocked. However, he did not dare to be careless in the face of Xiao Yan's attack. Relying on his familiarity with the giant hammer in his hand, the South Hall Master pulled his hand violently. The giant hammer was immediately pulled in front of him and forcefully blocked Xiao Yan's attack. Following which, the South Hall Master's figure quickly retreated. Soon, he appeared at the edge of the arena. In response, Xiao Yan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, Li Xing stood in front of the obsidian tower and cautiously scanned the crowd. Finally, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he did not discover the East Hall Master and the West Hall Master. The reason why he had waited for half a day was partly because he wanted to recover from the injuries within his body. The main reason was to avoid the presence of the East Hall Master and the West Hall Master. Although the relationship between these three parties did not appear to be harmonious, they ultimately belonged to the same faction. At the end of the day, they were all in the same group. Once he and the South Hall Master started a big fight, their presence would definitely cause Xiao Yan a lot of trouble. After confirming that they had indeed left, Xiao Yan's heart naturally became much more relaxed. If he only needed to face the South Hall Master alone, it would not be too difficult for him. Just the Northern King alone would be able to hold him back. There was no need to mention his frightening speed, which surpassed that of a 9-star Dodi. So this is the case. The reason why you did not attack earlier was because you were waiting for the two of them to leave. The South Hall Master only came to a sudden understanding in his heart after noticing Xiao Yan's gaze. He curled his mouth. He was not concerned about this. If those two fellows were around, they would only become hungry wolves that would fight for his benefits. However, I am more curious. Why is this puppet of yours able to control the lightning strength? How can that kind of natural strength be used on an inanimate object? Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders in an uncertain manner when he heard this. Honestly speaking, even he did not understand what was going on. However, this was no longer important to him. What was important was that he was able to control this strength. Xiao Yan nodded. No matter how strong the power of the thunderbolt was, as long as the North King was in his hands, everything would naturally fall under his control. The South Hall Master narrowed his eyes when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. His pair of hair would occasionally size up the Northern King. Other than fear, there was also greed in his eyes. A 9-star Do-D class puppet. If he could obtain it, in addition to the puppet that Xiao Yan possessed, it was likely that the person in charge of the Northern Desolate Hall would change hands. Of course, he could only quietly think about this in his heart. After all, before he possessed that strength, it was impossible for him to shake that fellow's position. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan in front of him had become another large obstacle in his heart. Chapter 974. Clang! The giant hammer and the huge black ruler collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The invisible void began to ripple intensely, and the sonic boom shook people's eardrums. The plaza below was already in ruins, and because of the shocking collision, it was lifted up layer by layer. In just a short moment, the originally huge plaza had turned into a huge crater. Only in the center of the crater, the obsidian tower still stood motionless, as if it was not affected by the battle at all. A frightening energy violently erupted when the hammer and ruler collided with each other. An explosion sounded and energy swept out. The two figures were sent flying back by each other. Each of them stood at the edge of the open ground. Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the huge ruler, could not help but tremble. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch. What terrifying strength! His opponent was a peak late-stage 9-star Do-D after all. His strength was only second to an origin transformation expert. This kind of strength was truly shocking. If it were not for his great physical body, he would not have been able to last so long against his opponent. While Xiao Yan was quietly feeling surprised in his heart, the Southern Hall chief was also feeling surprised in his heart. This brat, no matter how I look at him, he's just a fledgling brat. How could his cultivation and physical strength be so powerful? If it wasn't for the fact that I started cultivating 100 years earlier than him, I'm afraid, even the South Palace Master did not dare to think too much about it. The latter's cultivation and talent could be said to be the most terrifying person he had ever seen in his life. Given enough time, even that person would not be a match for him. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to rely on his own strength to fight him to a draw. This coincidentally gave him an opportunity. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's cultivation was far inferior to his, Xiao Yan still had the powerful North King. With the North King's strength as a late-stage 9-star Do-D, Xiao Yan had nothing to fear as long as his opponent was not an origin transformation expert. The South Hall Master had also discovered the strangeness of the North King. Although he was powerful, he was still helpless against the North King. The North King's body was made of steel, and he was not afraid of any pain. Even he had to be wary of his terrifying strength. That was especially true of the strange lightning energy in the North King's body. Even he felt pain from it. Once he was struck by the lightning, even with his cultivation, he would inevitably suffer some injuries, not to mention Xiao Yan. Once both of them were present, he was destined to be unable to kill Xiao Yan. At this moment, both sides stood opposite each other. They were not in a hurry to attack, and the atmosphere became strange. In this state, even those outside of the battle circle held their breaths, waiting for the arrival of a storm. The South Hall Master glanced around, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. Suddenly, his eyes turned and couldn't help but fall on the towering obsidian tower that stood in the middle of the huge pit. As the closing time of the obsidian tower grew closer and closer, the pressure within the tower had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even he might not be able to withstand such pressure. Thinking of this, the South Hall Master's eyes flickered. Perhaps, this is a good choice. As a bright light flashed across his eyes, the South Hall Master suddenly had an idea. He lifted his eyes and looked directly at Xiao Yan. This time, the South Hall Master's solemn face curled into a cold smile. Humph, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, I'm afraid you're too naive if you want to fight me to a draw. As soon as he finished speaking, the South Hall Master's body suddenly shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his giant hammer and smashed it heavily on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold. At the same time that his spiritual strength spread out, the heavy Xian ruler in his hand danced. A dense white flame wrapped around the enormous ruler. From bottom to top, it violently collided with the enormous hammer that was heading toward him. Clang! With a loud sound, a terrifying force poured down and the giant buster sword fell. The South Hall Master sneered. His body shook, and a terrifying force poured out again. Clang! At this moment, the North King, who was beside Xiao Yan, suddenly attacked. His fist violently smashed against the giant hammer. The powerful force actually left an inch-deep fist mark on the giant hammer. At the same time, a dark black lightning force swept out like a giant python. It moved along the North King's arm and violently collided with the Bing Nan hammer. Boom! The two enormous forces poured out at the same time. In addition to Xiao Yan's own strength, they actually forced the South Hall Master back. The South Hall Master's feet stepped back in the empty space. After 100 steps, his body finally shook. Powerful Do Qi poured out and forcefully removed the enormous force in his body. Damn it! Seeing the faint fist mark on the Bing Nan hammer, the South Hall Master could not help but curse. A piercingly cold murderous intent surged onto his face. Kid, if you have the ability, use your own strength to fight with me. Relying on a puppet and using unorthodox methods, what kind of ability is that? The South Hall Master clenched his fist so tightly that it emitted cracking sounds. His veins bulged, and his surging Do Qi surged on the surface of his body, revealing the anger in his heart. Xiao Yan curled his mouth and laughed coldly when he heard this. He coldly cried out. He coldly said, "What do you mean by unorthodox methods? All I know is that as long as it is a force that can be controlled, it is the right way." After he shouted, Xiao Yan waved his large hand and pointed his finger at the South Hall Master. The North King seemed to have received an order. His body instantly shot out like a cannonball. It cut through the air and headed straight for the South Hall Master. Humph, the South Hall Master let out a low chuckle. With a thought, a majestic Do Qi surged into the giant hammer. Soon after, it collided with the North King. With the South Hall Master's cultivation, he might not be able to destroy the North King. However, if he used all his strength, he could guarantee that the North King would not be able to get close to him. He could even easily suppress the North King. Unfortunately, he was still unable to resist the annoying lightning energy. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also taken a moment to catch his breath. His body flashed and once again joined the battle. The battle, which had originally been suppressed by the South Hall Master, stabilized with the addition of Xiao Yan. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. The giant hammer smashed down and the black ruler danced. The North King, who was like a metal tower, also swung his fist. Do Qi shot out and lightning surged. The battle quickly became intense. Gradually, it entered a white-hot stage. Under the deliberate guidance of the South Hall Master, the three of them were unknowingly getting closer to the Obsidian Tower. Chapter 975. Who is this brat? He is actually able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall to such an extent. Looking at the Southern Hall Chief's expression, it seems that he is not having a good time. That's right. The old me has been in the northern region for many years. I don't dare to say that I know all the strong people, but I can say that I know most of them. However, I have never heard of such a young strong person. Just who is this brat? Waves of surprised voices were repeatedly transmitted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiao Yan. Being able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, who was at the peak of the advanced Do D class, to such an extent, was enough to show how powerful he was. Since when did the Northern region have such a young strong person? Looks like the Northern Wasteland Hall is going to kick an iron plate this time around. Being able to groom such an outstanding member of the younger generation, his clan is definitely not an ordinary faction. If the Northern Wasteland Hall touches him, it is likely that they will end up creating a great enemy for themselves. The sounds of discussion were frequent and incessant. Most of the voices contained surprise, but there were even more sneers. Most of the factions did not have a good impression of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Moreover, in the northern region, it was like a pack of wolves facing a fierce tiger. A pack of hungry wolves would naturally be extremely afraid of the fierce tiger. They always hoped that the latter would reveal a large scar. Currently, Xiao Yan's appearance was able to tear apart this scarlet scar. This was naturally something that they were happy to see. A fierce tiger might be frightening, but if a crack appeared on its body, it would attract countless flies. It was likely that it would only be a matter of time before it fell ill. Clang! With a punch, the Southern Hall chief once again forced the Northern King back. The frightening strength violently smashed an enormous hole in the Northern King's chest. His entire chest had sunk in. Frightening black thunderbolts surged out. They were just like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged toward the Southern Hall chief. This time around, the dark black thunderbolts directly surged up his arm and swiftly entered his body. They began to wreak havoc within his veins. At the same time, some slight changes occurred within the Southern Hall chief's body as a result. The South Hall master, who was focused on the battle, did not pay much attention to this. The Bing Nan hammer that he was holding in his other hand had also changed greatly at this moment. After countless strikes, a large dent had appeared on the Bing Nan hammer. The entire hammer looked unusually strange. Even though the South Hall master was unwilling to accept this, he still forcefully endured it. He was very clear about the principle of no pain, no gain. Although Bing Nan hammer had been with him for a long time, he didn't know what a real weapon was until he saw the dark heavy buster sword. If he could obtain the heavy Xian ruler, his battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Once he broke through to the origin transformation realm in the future, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. After the Northern King was forced back, Xiao Yan's figure followed closely behind. He viciously swung the huge black buster sword in his hand. Flames flew out like a banner of fire as it viciously slashed toward the South Hall chief. The South Hall chief swung the battered hammer. Do Qi filled the hammer as it violently blocked Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, the remaining force forcefully forced Xiao Yan back. After forcing back Xiao Yan with a single blow, the South Hall chief's eyes turned and looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the Northern King was the closest to the Obsidian Tower. To him, this was also the best opportunity. He wanted to force the Northern King into the Obsidian Tower and use the power of the Obsidian Tower to crush him. That way, without the Northern King, Xiao Yan's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be much easier for him to suppress Xiao Yan. A mere 7-star Do Di was no different from an ordinary expert as long as he didn't have any puppets. He wouldn't cause any trouble for him. This time, he could easily kill Xiao Yan outside the Obsidian Tower. As for the treasures on Xiao Yan's body, they would naturally all belong to him. In the blink of an eye, the South Hall chief's figure flickered. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the Northern King in an instant. The battered hammer in his hand was raised high. The attack that he had long prepared was unleashed at this moment. Bing Nan hammer, sky-raising strike. With a low roar in his heart, the hammer fell and viciously smashed into the Northern King's body. Bang! The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The Northern King's body flew backward uncontrollably. The lightning energy once again surged and rushed into the South Hall chief's body through the hammer. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, once again waved his giant ruler and charged over. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw the Northern King's body being blasted into the Obsidian Tower. This guy, Xiao Yan's eyes widened. He finally reacted. He didn't expect the South Hall chief to use this method to deal with the Northern King. Once the Northern King was suppressed by the Obsidian Tower, he would have one less trump card. Northern King! Come back! He shouted, but it was all too late. In the face of such a powerful force, the Northern King was unable to control his body. Even if Xiao Yan tried to control it, he was unable to change the outcome. As Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, the Northern King's body was directly thrown into the Obsidian Tower. At this moment, the heavy doors of the Obsidian Tower slammed shut. The Obsidian Tower was sealed. The next time it opened would be 5 years later. Hee, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The South Hall chief laughed coldly. Seeing that the Obsidian Tower had completely closed, the knot in his heart was easily resolved. The Northern King's combat strength was indeed quite a big problem for him. However, the Northern King was currently sealed in the Obsidian Tower. The powerful pressure would definitely crush this puppet into a pile of scrap metal. A puppet was ultimately a puppet. No matter how hard the metal was, it would still be crushed by such a powerful pressure. However, the Northern King's original body was of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. 7 feet. A loud cry was transmitted from the empty space behind him. The South Hall chief had a cold smile on his face at this moment. He appeared unhurried as he randomly tossed aside the broken hammer in his hand. With a smile, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan. Green-colored do qi surged out of his hand with a puffed sound. It was like a flame that swiftly agglomerated into an enormous python. It carried a frightening aura and pressure. One attack and Xiao Yan's 7th ruler glow exhausted each other. The moment these two energies turned into an energy storm and dissipated, 5 dark black steel needles suddenly shot out from the energy storm. They were like 5 bolts of lightning as they ruthlessly pierced toward the South Hall chief. Although the South Hall chief's agility was timely, he was ultimately only able to dodge the 4th and 5th steel needles. They unceremoniously penetrated the energy barrier that had formed on the surface of his body. Soon after, the needles pierced into his body in front of his shocked eyes. Crack. Chapter 976. In the sky, the pitch-black needle pierced through the Do-Chi armor that swiftly formed on the South Hall Master's body. It pierced his lower abdomen and flowed into his Chi vortex. A powerful destructive force immediately erupted from the needle. However, the outcome was not what Xiao Yan had expected. In fact, it had exceeded the South Hall Master's expectations. Kacha! A clear shattering sound was heard from deep within the South Hall Master's body. An invisible barrier seemed to have suddenly shattered at this moment. The vast and boundless azure sky was also suddenly filled with hurricanes at this moment. Vast natural energy began to gather uncontrollably, forming a large patch of dark clouds in the sky above Feng City. At this moment, it was not just Do Qi. Even the vast and endless Genesis Qi in the area began to move. 2 similarly vast energies intertwined as a frightening energy aura spread. Do Qi and Genesis Qi began to merge. Such a scene was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Apart from breaking through to the origin transformation stage, there was no other possibility. This is the fusion of Do Qi and Genesis Qi. This is a scene that only appears when one breaks through to the origin transformation stage. Could it be that the South Hall Master's cultivation, he broke through? He's about to advance to the origin transformation stage. Even in the entire northern region, there are only a handful of origin transformation stage experts. I never imagined that I would have the opportunity to personally witness someone break through to the origin transformation stage. This trip to Feng City has not been in vain. Exclamations continued to be heard from the crowd. As the focus of everyone's attention, the South Hall Master's heart was also filled with shock. However, he was even more overjoyed at the breakthrough. After entering the Obsidian Tower this time around, he had originally thought that he would need another year before his cultivation would truly break through to the origin transformation realm. However, he did not expect that the battle with Xiao Yan would actually coincidentally allow him to break through the barrier between him and the origin transformation realm. Don't tell me, it's the power of lightning on the puppet. It must be. In addition to the strange black needle from that brat, it coincidentally allowed my cultivation to break through. Ha ha ha, it seems that my luck is not ordinary this time. Not only did I break through, I even took all of the treasures on this kid's body. With a ferocious laugh, the South Palace Master's body suddenly shook. He lifted his head to the sky and let out an earth-shaking roar from his throat. A huge torrent of energy wildly sprayed out from his mouth. The torrent of energy soared with the wind and transformed into a huge energy light pillar. It was like a pillar that supported the sky as it directly entered the dark energy clouds above his head. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately after, battle chi and Genesis chi intertwined, clinging to the energy pillar like a giant python slowly crawling down a tree trunk. Very quickly, two types of extremely enormous energy directly entered the South Hall Master's body from the top of his head. They continuously flowed into the vortex, and the latter's aura rapidly rose at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. God damn it, I didn't expect him to break through in the middle of battle. Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave as he cursed in his heart. As his figure rapidly retreated, he waved his hand and the other 5 steel needles appeared in the air in front of him. He could not help but hesitate a little. This was already his last trump card other than the angry Buddha lotus. Once all 5 were used, it would mean that he would not be able to use the power of Great Tao for a period of time. Facing an expert who was about to break through to the origin transformation stage was undoubtedly a huge threat to Xiao Yan. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan decisively threw out 3 steel needles. He kept the other 2 in his hand in case he needed them. The 3 steel needles ignored the obstruction of space and appeared a foot in front of the South Hall Master in the blink of an eye. Their sharp auras seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, with the humiliation from before, the South Hall Master was naturally on guard against these 3 steel needles. Humph, you still dare to come. Break. This time around, the South Hall Master did not dodge. The instant the low cry from his mouth sounded, his body suddenly shook. A powerful energy storm immediately swept out wildly with the South Hall Master as the center. It was like 1,000 layers of giant waves that used a thick and viscous energy to forcefully block the 3 steel needles that were shot over. The 3 dark black steel needles disappeared into the empty space without any forewarning. This involuntarily caused the Nan Hall chief to raise his eyebrows. Soon after, however, he saw Xiao Yan in the empty space. At this moment, the latter was planning to leave in a flash. In the face of an origin transformation expert, even the current Xiao Yan could only temporarily avoid him. Humph, you want to leave? It won't be so easy. Stay behind. The South Hall Master let out a cold cry. The vortex in his body began to wildly rotate as he waved his sleeve. A powerful force immediately shot forward. The special energy that was a mixture of Do Chi and Genesis Chi was undoubtedly many times stronger than the previous attack. Such strength was not something that an expert Do Di could compare with. What frightening power! Is this the power of an origin transformation expert? It is truly terrifying. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out from the surrounding crowd. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. With a thought, Great Tao power condensed into a black curtain in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's body moved, intending to enter it. Oh! Great Tao power. No wonder. However, you'll still stay behind. The South Hall Master was slightly surprised, but soon after, killing intent surged in his eyes. Although Xiao Yan's speed was not slow, there was still a huge gap between them. With a thought, the speed of the enormous energy abruptly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind Xiao Yan and was about to land on Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also at this moment that a golden light suddenly surged from Xiao Yan's back. It swiftly intertwined and agglomerated. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous light formation that blocked the enormous energy that was heading over. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, a muffled sound echoed across the sky. Invisible spatial ripples spread out like a wave. Even though this was the case, the golden-colored light formation only endured for a short instant. Soon after, a clear cracking sound appeared and the golden-colored light formation was instantly shattered. A somewhat painful muffled groan was involuntarily emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. Next, the remaining power of the energy slammed into Xiao Yan's back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body disappeared into the pitch-black curtain. Chapter 977. In the blink of an eye, it had been a week since the battle at Feng City. At the last moment, Xiao Yan had suffered a heavy blow from the South Hall Master and was severely injured. Xiao Xian's soul origin had also been slightly injured because he had blocked the attack. In addition, the North King had been blasted into the Obsidian Tower by the South Hall Master. It could be said that Xiao Yan had been completely defeated in this battle. In a week's time, Xiao Yan's injuries had all healed. As for Xiao Xian, he had calmed down and was slowly recovering his soul strength. Xiao Xian's injury caused the fury in Xiao Yan's heart to turn into endless killing intent in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Yan also noticed something else that surprised him. That was the North King. At this moment, the Northern King was already sealed within the Obsidian Tower. Logically speaking, the Northern King should have been crushed into a pile of fragments under the frightening pressure of the Obsidian Tower. Xiao Yan's spiritual brand deep within its body should have also disappeared. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense that the soul brand he had left in the North King's body had not changed at all. This also meant that the North King had not been destroyed by the terrifying pressure and should still be intact in the Obsidian Tower. The North King had not been destroyed by the Obsidian Tower, but existed in the Obsidian Tower. However, due to the distance and the pressure within the tower, Xiao Yan could not sense the North King's exact situation. However, he could be sure that the North King was definitely unharmed at this moment. In this way, he only needed to wait 5 years. When the Obsidian Tower opened again, that would be the day the North King returned. In 5 years, under the pressure of the Obsidian Tower, would there be any changes to the North King? He still did not know. He would only have to wait 5 years in Feng City. In the sky, Xiao Yan's figure flew straight north. At the end of his line of sight, there was a huge city sitting there. After a short while, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of the city. Namlin City, where the North Wilderness Hall South Hall is stationed. After passing through here, I should be at the northern mountain where the North Wilderness Hall main hall is located. Xiao Yan muttered softly. His gaze shifted downwards. In the depths of the huge city, there was also a huge ancient castle. That was the South Hall. At this moment, a large amount of human traffic was gathered in one spot within the city. Noise continued to linger in one's ears. Even though he was a great distance away, Xiao Yan was still able to see at a glance that a couple of clusters of different colored flames were rising from the hands of a few people on the empty ground in the middle of the crowd. Xiao Yan focused his attention and looked over. 5 medicinal cauldrons stood in a thick and heavy manner. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this pill fragrance, Xiao Yan was able to distinguish that the medicinal pills that these 5 people were refining were all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Moreover, 2 of them could definitely be considered high-grade among all the Tier 3 medicinal pills. An alchemy competition, huh? Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the city. At this moment, the crowd's attention was still focused on the 5 people. Hence, they did not notice Xiao Yan's sudden appearance. Of course, it was not that everyone did not notice Xiao Yan's presence. 5 human figures slowly stood up in front of the medicinal cauldrons on the empty ground in front of the crowd. 2 chairs were placed behind each of them. 10 people were seated on them. They had already discovered Xiao Yan's existence the moment he landed. Of course, at the same time, an old man with a somewhat sloppy appearance at a certain spot in the crowd was similarly looking at Xiao Yan with a surprised gaze. An extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of his sharp eyes. Soon after, the old man twisted his body and quietly disappeared into the crowd. The gazes of the 10 figures turned and looked at Xiao Yan. The surrounding crowd also discovered this point. Immediately, numerous gazes followed the gazes of the 10 people and landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were immediately filled with surprise. It was unexpected that the person who caught the attention of these 10 experts was actually a young man. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly surprised by these 10 people. This was because all of them were rank 4 alchemists. One of the old men among them even had an extremely powerful spiritual strength. It was likely that he had already reached the level of a rank 4 middle-grade alchemist. Tisk, 10 rank 4 alchemists. I'm afraid that even the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region would not be able to take out such an amount. Indeed, the truly strong like to hide themselves. This continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To be able to see 10 rank 4 alchemists at once, this kind of scene caused even Xiao Yan to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. This mister, since you have come, may I invite you forward for a chat? Among the 10 people, a white-haired old man slowly stood up from his seat. His pair of shady old eyes flashed with a sharp light as he asked in a sly tone. When these words were spoken, the other 9 people also hurriedly stood up and looked at each other. Their gazes were indeed rather strange. Although these people were gathered together, the atmosphere was not harmonious. It is unexpected that this little brother is actually able to become a rank 4 alchemist at such a young age. This really makes me feel ashamed. The white-haired old man cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan. His old face could not help but reveal an amazed expression. Such a young rank 4 alchemist could really be said to be the first person he had seen in his life. You must be joking. I only relied on a bit of luck to be able to reach the level of a rank 4 alchemist. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling person. The other party had an amiable appearance, so Xiao Yan naturally could not show a cold face to others. He similarly cupped his hands together respectfully as a return of greeting. However, the words that came out of his mouth caused the surrounding crowd to be instantly shocked. Rank 4 alchemist. Such a young rank 4 alchemist, it must be fake, right? TCH, how can it be fake for Elder Hu to personally speak? It's just that I didn't expect that this little fellow who looks so ordinary is actually a rank 4 alchemist. Mr. is too humble. Since you are able to become a rank 4 alchemist, this has already proven your strength. Moreover, luck is also a part of strength many times. Therefore, I hope to be able to invite Mr. to preside over the final results of this competition. What Master Hu said is true. After all, the 10 of us belong to our own factions. Later on, there will be no sense of propriety in judging and it will be hard to say whether it will be fair or not. This Mr. has appeared at the right time. If this Mr. is able to help us preside over the fairness of this alchemy competition, this would undoubtedly be the best. Among the 10 people, a middle-aged man laughed as he stood up. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had already seen through the old man's plans. I just don't know who this Mr. is. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 978. That's true. This Mr. is merely a spectator. Grandmaster Hu's invitation is a little unreasonable. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. to reveal his identity. What is Mr.'s name and which faction do you come from? At the same time, another middle-aged man among the 10 also stepped forward with a smile. He looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes were also constantly sizing up the ladder. They were extremely curious about a person with such outstanding talent. For the northern region to be able to give birth to such a young rank 4 alchemist, they had to know the latter's identity and background. This was also to facilitate future negotiations. I am Xiao Yan. I have just arrived in the northern region and do not have any faction behind me. I am all alone. Xiao Yan smiled softly as he looked at the middle-aged man. He did not hide anything in his words. Of course, to him, there was nothing worth hiding. After these words were spoken, the remaining few people all looked at each other. Their eyes flickered slightly. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. In the crowd, the sloppy old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Surprise flashed across his pair of bright old eyes. Ha, since Mr. has come to the northern region, it is fate that we are able to meet. Today, the alchemist grand competition between our 5 great clans will have to rely on Mr. Xiao Yan to uphold justice. Grandmaster Hu, who was the first to speak earlier, smiled and said to Xiao Yan with a kind expression. At the same time his voice sounded, his turbid eyes looked toward the 5 young men in the battleground who had each put away their medicinal cauldrons. It's fine. It's just a small matter. In any case, he was just passing by this place. There was no harm in playing a little. He could just treat it as a break on the way. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan agreed. At this moment, each of the 5 people present was holding a pill in their hands. A rich pill fragrance permeated the air, and a thin layer of mist rose into the air. Mr. Xiao Yan is the role model of your younger generation. At such a young age, he's already a Tier 4 alchemist. Let's see if you still dare to think highly of yourselves in the future. Don't think that just because you've become a Tier 3 alchemist, no one can compare to you in this world. You have to know that there is always someone better than you. Today, Mr. Xiao Yan has taught you a very important lesson. While he was teaching the 5 people on the field a lesson, the other few clans continuously curled their lips. On the surface, he was indeed teaching the 5 young people a lesson. However, from Grandmaster Hu's words, it was likely that he was flattering this Mr. Xiao Yan. With regards to this, Xiao Yan naturally ignored it. Based on his own experience, he had long since lost interest in such words. Old fellow, are you really treating him as a fledgling brat? How foolish. Seeing that Xiao Yan was unmoved, the few middle-aged men could not help but secretly sneer in their hearts. At the same time, Grandmaster Hu's gaze landed on the young man in front of him. Liner, hand the medicinal pill in your hand to this Mr. Xiao Yan. The quality of the medicinal pills from the 5 of you will be judged by Mr. Xiao Yan. Hearing this, the 5 young people swept their gazes over each other. Their expressions were somewhat unfriendly. As for the other 4 people, under the signal of the elders behind them, they took a few steps forward and passed the pills in their hands to Xiao Yan. The appraisal of the pills only took a short few minutes. With Xiao Yan's current eyesight, he could basically see through the 5 Tier 3 pills at a glance. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Ying's heart began to feel somewhat hesitant. The characteristics of the 5 pills had already been completely grasped in his mind. However, the differences caused Xiao Yan to feel a trace of suspicion. In fact, he even felt that it was troublesome in his heart. This was because among the 5 pills, there was a pill whose medicinal strength had actually dissipated to a certain extent. This also meant that this pill had not just been refined. Instead, it had been refined long ago. However, no one knew when it had been swapped out. Although the medicinal strength within this pill had dissipated by a lot, due to its quality, its medicinal strength and effects were still above the other 4 pills. From this point alone, it could be seen that the original owner of this pill was not able to complete the refinement. As for the owner of this ammunition, it just so happened that it belonged to the young man from the faction that Grandmaster Hu belonged to. It could be said that this should be Grandmaster Hu's own masterpiece. To be able to refine such a high-quality pill, it was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 3 alchemist could do. The 5 people present clearly did not possess this ability. Adding the origin of this pill, there was almost no need to think too much. Xiao Yan could be sure that this pill was refined by Grandmaster Hu. However, no matter who refined this pill, swapping the pill in the alchemy competition was already a violation of the rules. From the looks of it, Grandmaster Hu also knew that this junior from his family could not win against these 4 people, which was why he made such a move. However, no matter what, his actions had already violated the rules of the alchemy competition. On this point, Xiao Yan, who was also a Tier 4 alchemist, was unable to turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, cough cough, has Mr. Xiao Yan completed the appraisal? However, it was also at this moment that Grandmaster Hu suddenly coughed twice. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Xiao Yan. Once these words were spoken, the gazes of the other four clans involuntarily turned towards Grandmaster Hu. Their expressions carried some suspicion. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also nodded. His eyes narrowed as he said, choking with emotion, Chi 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 Xiao www, that's right, I have already completed the appraisal of these 5 pills. I already know the medicinal effect and quality of the pills. Then this is undoubtedly the best. Mister, you must announce the medicinal effect and quality of the pills. You must not affect the fairness of this competition, is that all right? The other 4 clans could not help but frown. The suspicion in their hearts grew even more. At the same time, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy old man grinned at this moment, revealing a row of dense white teeth. He looked at Xiao Yan with a playful smile, as if he was waiting for the latter to announce the results. Within that pair of bright eyes, there was also a look of surprise at this moment. He also wanted to know what the results of Xiao Yan's announcement were like. The 5 pills are all tier 3 pills. For our middle grade, 1 is high grade, and they are all complete pills. And this pill is, Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand, opened his palm, and exposed the pill refined by the young man from the Hu clan in the air. However. Chapter 979. Grandmaster Hu's old face revealed a satisfied smile as he watched the medicinal pill that he had in mind appear in front of everyone present. His gaze swept over Xiao Yan and looked at the other 4 clans. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. Obviously, they were not satisfied with this answer. Looks like the winner of this alchemy competition is still my Hu clan. Since that's the case, then this old man will respectfully accept. The corner of Grandmaster Hu's mouth curled into a sneer as he pretended to cup his hands towards the crowd. Soon after, he looked at the young man from his clan and laughed. Linner, hurry up and take back the pills. These are all your spoils of victory. Hearing this, the young man also sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He wanted to take his pill and the other 4 pills from his hands. According to the rules of their competition, the winner had the right to control the ownership of the other 4 pills. It could be said that this competition itself was a battle of plundering. The winner would take the pills, and the loser could only return in defeat. Their expressions were unwilling as they watched Hu Yonglin walk closer to Xiao Yan. The people from the 4 clans, including the other 4 young men, may feel unwilling in their hearts, but they could only grit their teeth and swallow it into their stomachs. But please wait a moment. Just as Hu Yonglin was about to take the pill from Xiao Yan's hand, Xiao Yan flipped his palm and took the pill back into his hand. At the same time, he spoke to stop Hu Yonglin in front of him. In the crowd, the sloppy old man nodded with a strange smile on his face. In his heart, he secretly said, not bad. Following that, his figure flashed and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Mr. Xiao Yan, what do you mean by this? Grandmaster Hu frowned and said in a low voice. With regards to the latter's voice, he actually felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that this brat would say something more? At the same time, the people from the other 4 clans and the surrounding passers-by also threw their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Their faces carried a doubtful expression while their hearts were extremely curious. Since the answer had already been announced, the victor should be Hu Yonglin. What was the meaning of Xiao Yan's action? Grandmaster Hu, you asked me what I mean. I think you should know the reason better than me. The quality of this pill is indeed the best among the 5 pills, but a lot of the medicinal strength has been consumed. This should be because it has been stored for too long. As everyone knew, the medicinal efficacy of a pill that had just been refined was extremely dense. This was also the reason why most people would choose to consume a pill immediately after it was refined. However, the pill at this moment was obviously not the case. Grandmaster Hu, what's going on? The other 8 people each took a step forward and looked at Grandmaster Hu with a questioning expression. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also looked at Grandmaster Hu with a strange gaze. Damn it. You're really a calf that's not afraid of a tiger. Being stared at by everyone, Grandmaster Hu's old face suddenly became ashen. The muscles on his old face could not help but twitch slightly. However, he looked like he was speechless, as if he was looking for an excuse in his heart. After a long while, Grandmaster Hu raised his old eyes and his gaze suddenly fell on Xiao Yan. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with a gentle flame of anger. Mr. Xiao Yan, we've only met for the first time. There's no need for you to be so against us. You said that the medicinal strength of this pill was damaged. What a joke. How can a pill that was just refined from the medicinal cauldron be damaged? Grandmaster Hu, do you mean that I'm telling the truth? Xiao Yan frowned and said in a deep voice. But what if this isn't a newly refined pill? You're saying that I've swapped the pill? Grandmaster Hu's old face darkened and his expression was extremely displeased. At the same time, the other 8 rank 4 alchemists also stepped forward and came to Xiao Yan's side. They wanted to check the authenticity of the pill. Mr. Xiao Yan, I hope that you can hand over the pill to us. This is a matter between our 5 clans. If this pill is really as you said and the medicinal strength is damaged, this matter should be settled by us. Among the 8 people, a slightly older middle-aged man stepped forward and politely cupped his hands to Xiao Yan and said with a smile. On the other side, Grandmaster Hu looked at the situation over here and his old face became even more gloomy. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would be so ignorant when he asked him to come forward to appraise the pill. He clearly knew that he did not have any power behind him, yet he still wanted to meddle in other people's business. Wasn't this no different from seeking death? At the same time, Xiao Yan also wore a smile on his face as he slowly extended the pill in his hand and handed it to the middle-aged man. Grandmaster Hu, if this matter is really as Mr. Xiao Yan said, then I'm afraid that Grandmaster will have to give us a clear answer. The middle-aged man's face was cold and there was even some anger in his eyes. They had already held this kind of alchemy competition more than once. However, in the past, there would always be someone like Xiao Yan who interfered halfway. In the end, the Hu clan always won. However, they did not expect that Xiao Yan's appearance this time would break the norm. At the same time, it allowed the 4 clans to clearly see the Hu clan's methods. Swoosh. However, just as the words from the middle-aged man's mouth sounded, Grandmaster Hu's body flashed. In a ghost-like manner, he instantly appeared among the few of them. He waved his large hand and grabbed the medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's hand. Humph, brat, the old me has been so polite to you. It is unexpected that you actually dare to slander the clan members of the old me in public and say that we have swapped the medicinal pills. From the way I see it, the ones who have swapped the medicinal pills are you. A slightly angry voice was spat out from the old man's mouth. It was as though he had really suffered some grievances. At the same time, the speed of his descending hand did not slow at all. It looked as though he was about to grab the medicinal pill in his hand. However, it was also at this moment that, buzz. A surging do-chi wave swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. He did not use any do technique. Merely the energy that seeped out was enough to easily push back the few people around him. Even Grandmaster Hu, who had appeared in front of him at this moment, was pushed back. With just one attack, the 10 high-class do-di in the middle of the arena and the 5 young people were easily pushed back by over 10 steps by this energy wave. Only when they fell into the crowd did their bodies come to a stop in a somewhat miserable manner. The instant the 10 of them lifted their gazes, a shocked expression filled their eyes. They had never expected that this black-robed, young man who appeared to be very young, not only possessed great spiritual strength, but even his do chi was also this strong. Chapter 980. After easily forcing back the few people, Xiao Yan's face did not have much of a change in expression. A pair of dark black eyes carried an icy cold gaze as they landed on Grandmaster Hu's body. The icy cold gaze caused the latter's body to involuntarily tremble. His feet involuntarily took half a step back and his heart sank. It was unexpected that he had actually kicked an iron plate this time around. This kind of chi, don't tell me that he is a 9-star do di. Such a young 9-star do di. How is this possible? Grandmaster Hu was not the only one. Even the eyes of the 9 people around him were filled with the same shocked expression when they looked at Xiao Yan. This included the surrounding crowd. The expressions on their faces were also incomparably shocked. To be able to force back 10 elite do di with his own strength, just what kind of identity did this black-robed young man have? Just how frightening was his cultivation? The background of this brat is definitely not simple. We must not become enemies with him. The people from the few clans could not resist looking at each other. All of them quietly nodded their heads. Although their relationship was usually not good, the strength of this black-robed young man was already sufficient to threaten their respective factions. Thus, they had no choice but to let this group of local tyrants form a group together. Of course, this group of people would not bother with Grandmaster Hu. It was likely that no one in this city would have a good impression of the latter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed young and promising. Not only is he a rank 4 alchemist, it is unexpected that even his cultivation is this strong. It really makes us feel ashamed. The middle-aged man who had extended his hand to Xiao Yan earlier stood up. He respectfully bowed and cupped his hands to Xiao Yan. If it was said that he only felt respect for Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist earlier, at this moment, the latter's cultivation strength was the reason that caused him to lower his head. Seeing the middle-aged man act in this manner, other than Grandmaster Hu and the middle-aged man beside him, the others, including the surrounding people, respectfully bowed and cupped their hands to Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan coldly smiled and withdrew the powerful aura that he had released from his body. In this world, the only thing that could cause others to show respect to you was your own strength. Other than this, even if he was a rank 4 alchemist, he would not be able to threaten these people in front of him. After all, in comparison, the other party had a total of 10 rank 4 alchemists. As for 9-star do di, there was not a single one present. This was the reason why they were afraid of Xiao Yan. The one with the strongest cultivation among these 10 people was undoubtedly Grandmaster Hu. He was an advanced 8-star do di. This kind of cultivation could indeed be considered strong. However, an 8-star do di was far from enough in front of a 9-star do di. Of course, being a rank 4 alchemist, Grandmaster Hu was naturally able to attract a countless number of experts to step forward by relying on his charisma. However, in a situation where they were of the same class and the other party was a rank 4 alchemist, there was basically no one who would be willing to offend such an expert even if they were similarly a 9-star do di. Grandmaster Hu. You just said that I am slandering you. I wonder if you still think so now. Xiao Yan's eyes were icy cold as he stared at Grandmaster Hu. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Although he had withdrawn most of his aura, he did not let Grandmaster Hu off. When faced with such a person, one must either treat him with respect or suppress him. If he was given too much time to breathe, he would only think that others were afraid of him. At this moment, Grandmaster Hu's old face was solemn as he resisted the terrifying aura that came from Xiao Yan's body. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. The emotions in his heart were difficult to describe. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not provoke this seemingly harmless fellow in front of him. Who would have thought that a young black-robed man would actually possess such a great strength? Even he, who had trained for his entire life, was unable to compare with him. What was even more frightening was that the latter was also a 9-star Do Di on top of having a strong Do Chi. This point was something that he did not dare to imagine in his heart. Little brother, this is the first time that we have met. Why do you need to be so ruthless? Leaving some leeway for each of us will make it easier for us to be friends in the future. Isn't this better? At this moment, Grandmaster who had completely scattered his original awe-inspiring manner. Hearing these words, he did not intend to continue pretending to be innocent. Friends. Is there a need for me to be friends with you? Breaking the rules of alchemists and using such despicable methods in an alchemist competition. Do you have the qualification to be an alchemist? Xiao Yan's disdainful cold smile fell. A thought passed through his mind and an even more frightening aura suddenly fell from above Grandmaster Hu's head. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, causing the latter's body to instantly bend. Bang! Grandmaster Hu's body half knelt on the ground. His knees were embedded into the ground. The surrounding hard ground turned into a pile of stone powder with a bang. Ancestor. Grandfather. Seeing the old man kneel on the ground with a bang, the expressions of Hu Yonglin and the middle-aged man standing beside him instantly changed drastically. Hu Yonglin's gaze suddenly turned. His dense cold eyes instantly landed on Xiao Yan. His body shook and Do Chi surged as he charged toward Xiao Yan. Bang! However, the moment Hu Yonglin moved, Xiao Yan randomly raised his hand. An invisible strength instantly struck Hu Yonglin's chest like a cannonball. Following a muffled banged sound, the latter's body instantly flew out and entered the crowd behind him. Noisy. A mere 3-star Do Di. This kind of strength was just like an ant in Xiao Yan's eyes. Brat. Don't be too arrogant when you do things. This is the northern region, the world of the Northern Wasteland Hall. My Hu clan is a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. If you dare to attack again, the Northern Wasteland Hall will not let you off. Just as Xiao Yan casually sent Hu Yonglin flying, the middle-aged man took a step forward. His expression was fierce and his tone was filled with threat as he cried out. Oh. You are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He paused for a moment before asking in a questioning manner. Hearing Xiao Yan's questioning words, the middle-aged man rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, as long as one was in the northern region, anyone who heard of the Northern Wasteland Hall would be afraid. That's right. We are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. If you, bang. This time around, however, Xiao Yan did not wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking with a proud face. He flipped his hand and a dense white flame immediately agglomerated above the middle-aged man's head. It transformed into a large flaming hand and instantly smashed the middle-aged man's body until it exploded. Since you are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall, there is even less need for me to show mercy. Chapter 981. After casually killing that middle-aged man, Xiao Yan's eyes turned around. His ice-cold gaze once again landed on Grandmaster Hu's body. The killing intent in his eyes was stern. Since they were people from the Northern Desolate Hall, Xiao Yan naturally did not need to mind when he attacked. Originally, he thought that these fellows would know how to stop after witnessing his strength. However, from the looks of it, it did not seem like what Xiao Yan had imagined. Brat, you should think carefully. It is not easy to kill the people from the Northern Desolate Hall. If you really kill us, the Northern Desolate Hall will definitely not let you off. Grandmaster Hu's heart immediately sank when he noticed Xiao Yan's extremely cold eyes. He only hoped that he could use the Northern Desolate Hall to intimidate the other party. Unfortunately, his thoughts were clearly wrong. The Northern Desolate Hall will not let me off if I kill you, but will they let me off if I don't kill you? Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he heard this. He lifted his hand and the flame above Grandmaster Hu's head immediately soared. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense white large flaming hand that was about to land on Grandmaster Hu's head. "Brat, don't go overboard." Grandmaster Hu's heart immediately quivered when he saw this large flaming hand. He had already experienced how frightening this thing was earlier. If he allowed it to land on his body, would he not follow in the footsteps of that person from earlier? Unfortunately, under the deterrence of Xiao Yan's absolute pressure, he was unable to escape even though he was an 8-star Dodi. All he could do was watch the large flaming hand suspended above his head descend with a bang. However, at the instant that the large flaming hand descended, Grandmaster Hu suddenly screamed out in shock and sternly said, "That's right. Hall Chief Su, save me." A sharp cry sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swept out from the ancient castle deep within the city like a gust of wind. An invisible energy agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty space and ruthlessly shot toward the large flaming hand. When it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. By doing this, you seem to be looking down on our northern desolate hull. A powerful voice was transmitted over. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted from the air. The large flaming hand suspended above Grandmaster Hu's head also scattered. Xiao Yan was indifferent to this. He had already sensed this person's aura when he entered the city. However, he did not pay much attention to it. An initial 9-star Dodi. Xiao Yan had no need to fear this kind of cultivation a few months ago, much less now. When the flaming hand dissipated, the powerful aura that had been suppressing Master Hu also dissipated. Then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Master Hu, using half of his body to shield Master Hu behind him. A joyous expression immediately surfaced on Grandmaster Hu's old face when he saw the appearance of the middle-aged man. At the same time, there was an additional cold smile in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yan. That smile seemed to be saying that he was not afraid of Xiao Yan because he had a 9-star Dodi behind him. At the same time this middle-aged man appeared, the other people present immediately threw respectful gazes toward him. Just like Xiao Yan, the latter's deterrence was not inferior to an expert. Perhaps it was because the latter had guarded this place for many years, but these people were even more afraid of this Hall Chief Su when compared to him. With the strength of a 9-star Dodi, other than the 5 large clans, he could cover the sky with one hand in this city. Even the 5 large clans carefully worshipped him. The reason why Grandmaster Hu was able to call him out at such a critical moment was because he had worshipped him for so many years. When Hall Chief Su appeared, a pair of sharp eyes tore through the empty space like a sharp sword and landed on Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the latter's eyes also calmly met his gaze. Soon after, Hall Chief Su looked at Xiao Yan's young face and seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He had seen this face not long ago. Although he only had a rough appearance, he was still able to confirm that the person in front of him was the person whom the Hall Chief had ordered him to deal with. Xiao Yan coldly smiled when he noticed Hall Chief Su's shocked gaze. He clearly understood in his heart that this fellow had recognized him. However, this was not important. Regardless of whether Hall Chief Su could recognize him or not, he would end them today. Originally, he did not want to create trouble with the northern desolate hull. However, these people thought highly of their positions and no one could touch them. Killing a 1-star Dodi would cause a countless number of ants to rush over. At the end of the day, part of the reason for today's situation was that Pang Lu. However, all of this was no longer important. Xiao Xian was injured, the northern king was sealed within the obsidian tower, and he had nearly been held back by the southern hall chief. Once he was held back, he would definitely die. Since the other party would not give him any leeway, there was naturally no need for him to show any mercy. "You are that fellow who killed elderly." The middle-aged man's face carried some doubt. He still did not dare to believe that the person who could kill a 7-star Dodi would actually be such a young man. Although he had already seen a portrait of the latter, seeing it with his own eyes still caused his heart to be extremely shocked. Grandmaster Hu's expression immediately changed when these words were uttered. He had naturally heard about this matter. Only then did he understand in his heart why Xiao Yan would attack them without any hesitation. Brat, are you going to leave with me by yourself, or do you need me to take action and bring you back? The middle-aged man's tone was cold and indifferent. It seemed that he was not worried about the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier. After all, he was a young man. Regardless of how strong his cultivation was, how strong could he be? Moreover, there were many experts from the Northern Desolate Hall present. If everyone joined hands, it would be extremely easy to take down Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. That smile was extremely cold. Why don't you come with me? What? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not quite believe Xiao Yan's words. However, in the next moment, a black figure instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man in a ghost-like manner. With a flip of his palm, it landed heavily on the middle-aged man's chest. What? This brat, what frightening speed! Although he was greatly shocked, the middle-aged man did not dare to hesitate. His many years of battle experience allowed him to possess absolute calmness at such a time. Faced with Xiao Yan's attack, the middle-aged man was shocked, but his actions did not show the slightest bit of panic. Do Qi surged and quickly gathered in his palm. Soon after, it violently collided with Xiao Yan's palm. Bang! Although the middle-aged man was not seriously injured, he was still sent flying by Xiao Yan's palm. The blood in his body churned. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 982. Hall Master Su's expression changed drastically. While his body flew back, his eyes were angrily staring at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with shock. Hall Master Su's feet repeatedly stepped back in the empty space. Each time his feet landed, the empty space under his feet would collapse. Only after dozens of steps did Hall Master Su stabilize his body with a solemn expression. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. His tone was filled with disbelief as he spoke in a deep voice. Advanced 7-star Do Di. How is this possible? Your strength. One's cultivation cannot decide everything, just like how age does not decide one's strength. It's a pity that all of you are still unable to understand this principle. Before Hall Master Su's shocked voice sounded, Xiao Yan coldly smiled and shook his head. At the same time, his right hand was suddenly raised. His 5 fingers were bent into a claw and a thick white flame instantly surged from his fingertips. His ice-cold eyes, which were filled with the thick white flame, also landed on the stunned Grandmaster Hu by the side. Do you think that I cannot kill you just because you have the support of a 9-star Do Di? I hate people like you, who betray kindness the most. After the ice-cold cry sounded, Xiao Yan's hand landed on Grandmaster Hu's throat. The flame swiftly spread. In the blink of an eye, it covered Grandmaster Hu's entire body. Following a hoarse miserable cry, the old man's body was covered by ice in the blink of an eye. The instant Xiao Yan released his hand, it shattered and turned into ice shards that filled the ground. The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame was fully displayed at this moment. Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at the people from the other 4 clans. When the latter saw this overbearing attitude of Xiao Yan, they immediately shrank back. Even Hall Master Su, who was a 9-star Do Di, was no match for Xiao Yan. How would they dare to oppose him? At the same time, these people quietly rejoiced in their hearts. It was fortunate that they did not do anything to Xiao Yan earlier. Otherwise, it was likely that Grandmaster Hu would not be the only one who would be covered in ice shards. Brat, how dare you injure people in my Northern Wilderness Palace's territory? You really don't put my Northern Wilderness Palace in your eyes. Palace Master Su's face darkened when he saw the Grandmaster Hu had died just like that. No matter what, the Grandmaster who was still a member of his northern desolate palace. Over the years, Grandmaster who had given him many good things. He could be considered half of his people. Now that he saw his subordinate die, he could not help but feel a little angry. Palace Master Su's figure suddenly flickered. His terrifying speed made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, Palace Master Su had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a flip of his palm, Palace Master Su's palm fiercely landed on Xiao Yan's chest. This was a killing move. Reliance Palm. Just as Xiao Yan was about to make his move, Palace Master Su's hands suddenly began to tremble rapidly. Soon after, numerous seemingly real palm imprints appeared in front of Xiao Yan's chest like ghosts. If all of these attacks were to land together, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would not be able to endure it. Sky-reaching hand. Xiao Yan was able to tell just how frightening this Yiluo palm was at a glance. However, the combat experience that he had accumulated over the years caused Xiao Yan's heart to be completely fearless. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out, transforming into an enormous palm with a clear outline. The large palm blocked the countless number of palm imprints in front of it. Bang! A loud muffled sound rang out. Xiao Yan and Palace Master Su's figures both retreated backwards. There was a distance of 100 steps between the two of them. Although Xiao Yan had suffered a small loss from the previous attack, he was not seriously injured. On the other hand, Palace Master Su's figure once again flickered after his attack failed. Like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. He appeared behind Xiao Yan and a whip leg heavily smashed down from above, as if he wanted to split Xiao Yan into two from the top of his head. Golden Elephant Skill, activate. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. The muscles all over his body immediately became taut. A frightening, enormous strength was like a huge dragon that had awakened as it was emitted from each of his muscles and cells. The invisible strength agglomerated into a thin layer of golden light on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. It was also this thin layer of golden light that had forcefully blocked the frightening attack from Hall Master Su behind him. Clang! As the attack landed, Palace Master Su's leg seemed to have kicked a city wall. Xiao Yan's body shook slightly and easily dispelled the huge force behind him. At the same time, the Force Elephant skill was unleashed at this moment. An even more frightening huge force condensed in Xiao Yan's palm. The moment he turned around, Xiao Yan grabbed Palace Master Su's ankle in his palm. The frightening huge force seemed to want to crush his bones. Just as Palace Master Su's face changed drastically, Xiao Yan swung his arm and ruthlessly threw the latter's body back like trash. Bang! Palace Master Su's body violently smashed into the city. A frightening force poured out, forcefully shaking a large area of the surrounding ground until it caved in. Just one attack had left behind an enormous deep pit in the city. At the bottom of the pit was Palace Master Su, who was usually revered by everyone. A dignified 9-star Do-Di appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow in Xiao Yan's hands. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the person who had blasted this 9-star Do-Di apart was actually a young 7-star Do-Di. This was something that Hall Chief Su had personally said. If the people present had not personally witnessed it today, it was likely that no one would believe that a 9-star Do-Di would actually be so tyrannical by a 7-star Do-Di. Gulp! As a cloud of dust spread over the place, the sound of people swallowing their saliva that was filled with shock also quietly sounded within the city. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he looked at the bottom of the pit that was filled with dust from the empty air. Both of his eyes were slowly narrowed. An extremely frightening strength was wildly agglomerating at that spot. The Do-Chi within Palace Master Su's body was swiftly flowing away. The enormous Do-Chi had completely agglomerated at one point. It was not difficult to guess that the latter should be using an extremely powerful Do technique at this moment. Can't endure any more, huh? Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, he raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together and familiar complicated seals were formed. His lightning-like speed caused people to be dazzled. At the same time that these seals were formed, an enormous flame finger slowly agglomerated and formed in the air above Xiaoyan's head. Spirit Class Middle-Level Do Technique, Great Floating Seal. Spirit Class High-Level Do Technique, Desolation Finger. After the cry and their hearts sounded, an enormous square-shaped golden seal shot out explosively from the pit. Its aura was powerful and it was just like a falling star that was flying diagonally as it charged toward the sky. Its target was Xiaoyan. On Xiaoyan's side, the enormous finger that was covered by the dense white flame above his head suddenly fell after the cry sounded in his heart. The empty air became distorted and collapsed wherever it passed. Its powerful aura appeared to be about to destroy the world. A buzzing trembling sound resounded in the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. Unless one was a 9-star Do-D, no one else would dare to easily touch such a frightening strength. Just sensing this aura was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone present to change. The enormous golden seal and the enormous flame finger collided with a bang in front of everyone's anxious breathing. Chapter 983. A loud explosion resounded over the sky. Everyone in the city could sense that the entire city seemed to be trembling. The ground shook and a couple of people's bodies became unstable because of it. A frightening energy aura covered the entire place. A powerful pressure also descended on everyone's heads at this moment. Such a powerful strength was really difficult to imagine. At this moment, there was actually such a large gap between the cultivations of the two people who were clashing. The entire place became quiet the moment the large golden seal collided with the finger in the sky. Soon after, a frightening energy storm that seemed to be able to destroy the world swept wildly in all directions from the middle of the collision between the two. The dense white flame carried a turbulent Do-Chi energy. The invisible space collapsed wherever it passed. The expressions of all the spectators in the arena changed drastically at this moment. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the buildings in the city were completely destroyed by this frightening energy storm. Other than some of the stronger elite Do-D, who were able to barely block the attacks, the rest of the Ban-D crowd were also seriously injured. The dense white flame emitted a dazzling white light that covered the entire city. At this moment, everyone's sight was covered. Numerous gazes still involuntarily looked at the middle of the white light. Other than a white light that one could not directly look at, there was an extremely frightening destructive aura at that spot. Everyone present felt shocked in their hearts. It was really difficult to imagine that a 7-star Do-D was able to be completely fearless in front of a 9-star Do-D and even suppress the latter. If it was any other time, it was likely that they would not choose to believe such a scene. However, when all of this had truly appeared in front of their eyes, they were unwilling to believe it and had no choice but to do so. Today, Xiaoyan had used his actions to tell them that any rule could be broken under the precondition of possessing absolute strength. One's cultivation might not be able to decide everything. The two powerful Do skills collided with each other and did not give way to each other. An earth-shaking buzzing sound repeatedly resounded over the sky. However, this stalemate merely lasted for a short 10+ seconds. Crack! Suddenly, a clear cracking sound resounded in the sky. Numerous gazes looked over, and all of their eyes were filled with doubt. They were also very curious as to where this cracking sound had come from. Was it the giant seal or the giant finger? At this moment, on the ground below, at the bottom of the huge pit, Palace Master Su's face was filled with shock. Other people might not know, but his heart was very clear. The big Buddha picture seal was connected to him. Any change in the Do technique was within his perception. At this moment, the place where the shattering sound came from was his big Buddha picture seal. The great Buddha seal and the desolate finger seemed to be on par, but in the end, the desolate finger was still much stronger than the former. This was not only because the Do technique's level was higher, but also because of Xiao Yan himself. The latter's fighting strength was comparable to an intermediate 9-star Do D, while Palace Master Su was merely an initial 9-star Do D. In comparison, Palace Master Su was far from being a match for Xiao Yan in every aspect. His defeat was something that was expected. How is this possible, my big Buddha picture seal, how can it be defeated by a little brat's Do technique? How is this possible? Palace Master Su's expression had turned pale as the Do technique was about to shatter. However, before he could do anything, bang! In the next instant, one could hear a sudden shattering sound. The big Buddha picture seal that Palace Master Su had unleashed was completely shattered at this moment. The collision of the two Do techniques lasted for less than a minute from the beginning to the end. The suppression of absolute strength caused Xiao Yan's indifferent expression to not have the slightest change from the beginning until the end. An ordinary 9-star Do D no longer posed any threat to the current him. After which, the desolate finger carried the remaining great strength as it violently fell toward Palace Master Su without any reduction in its strength. A turbulent heat wave swept apart. The hot temperature grilled the invisible air. The fire wave swept over one wave after another. The dazzling white light that had originally filled the sky suddenly scattered. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically as they frantically withdrew, afraid that they would be affected by this storm. At this moment, Palace Master Su's pale face did not have the slightest trace of redness. His pair of eyes appeared completely empty. Under this kind of incomparable fear, his spirit had already shrunk. Even if Xiao Yan were to pull back at this moment, it was likely that he would still die from fear. Bang! As expected, an earth-shaking explosion resounded over the sky. The entire city began to shake intensely at this moment. Everyone in the city flew into the sky with terrified faces, hiding far away from this world-shaking disaster. It was very difficult to imagine that such a frightening strength was actually something that a 7-star Do D could do. A long while later, the storm scattered. All that was left in the city below was an enormous pit that was like an abyss. All the surrounding buildings had been mercilessly swallowed. In the sky, those people who had not been affected by the remnant waves of this Do skill were currently watching this scene in front of them with pale faces. Their eyes were filled with an expression of deep disbelief. In the sky, Xiao Yan was expressionless. After being pestered time and time again, he no longer had any pity for these people. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan's toes gently pressed against the empty air. His body moved, intending to sweep past the city and continue moving forward. Just as Xiao Yan's body was about to sweep past the huge ancient castle, his body slowly came to a stop. He withdrew his gaze and it landed on the ancient castle. His eyes were ice cold. With a flip of his hand, the huge heavy Xian ruler landed in his hand. His other hand gently swept across the body of the heavy ruler. With a bang, a thick white flame rose and wrapped around the entire huge ruler. Flames swallowing tsunami. With a low cry from his mouth, he waved the huge ruler in his hand. Following which, a thick white ruler light shot out with a cheeth sound. It tore through the empty space and expanded with the wind. Finally, with an aura that could destroy the world, it ruthlessly landed on the ancient castle below. Following which, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city, the ancient castle where the Northern Wasteland Hall's southern hall was located collapsed and turned into ruins. This time, the Northern Wasteland Hall's southern hall was completely destroyed. The destruction of the southern hall was a shocking matter for the Northern Wasteland Hall. It was believed that not long later, Xiao Yan's name would spread to the Northern Wasteland Hall. At that time, the originally calm northern region would be stirred up by a storm. Chapter 984. In the vast and spacious sky, the blue sky spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. The searing hot sunlight descended from the sky, appearing as though it was about to forcefully melt a person. The desolate desert below reflected a reddish-yellow color, causing it to appear deathly still. A boiling hot wind blew through the air. It was just like a red-hot blade that swept through the sky. It easily shattered the corpses of some of the enormous magical beasts within the desert, turning them into yellow sand that was drowned by the strong wind. It was likely that this harsh environment could only be described with the word bleak. The Red Lotus Desert was the largest desert within the northern wasteland. At the same time, it was also the most barren place in the entire northern wasteland. Although the ground in this place was not like yellow sand, it was also a barren land. The rock fragments all over the ground carried a searing high temperature, causing one to have difficulty walking. At the same time, it also scalded one's feet. It was precisely because of this that this Red Lotus Desert had another name, the Barefoot Desert. The extremely hot environment was not suitable for living creatures to exist. However, at this moment, a small group of people was slowly walking forward in this endless desert. Perspiration repeatedly fell from the foreheads of these people. However, before the beads of perspiration could land on the ground, they had already evaporated in this searing hot air. Most of these people were ordinary. However, there were a couple of middle-aged men who were wearing embroidered robes. Their auras were thick and they were not affected by this natural environment. These few people were all elite 9-star Dodi. As for the others, even an ordinary elite Dodi, their faces were similarly ugly in this kind of strange environment. The environment of this northern wasteland was not the least bit better than the western wasteland. Even an elite Dodi would be affected by the environment in this desert. After all, this was the strength of the world. Even someone as strong as an elite Dodi was unable to ignore it. However, there was one person among these people who was not affected by the harsh environment of this desert. A sloppy old man with ragged clothes and a miserable appearance was swaying as he walked among this small group of people. However, his expression did not change at all. His footsteps appeared to be messy, but if one were to carefully observe, one would discover that there seemed to be a special pattern within these messy footsteps. It was this pattern that allowed the old man's swaying body to not fall. Other than this sloppy old man, there was a young man wearing a black robe at the back of this group. His footsteps were steady. At this moment, he was slowly walking forward without changing his expression. From the looks of his manner, he was naturally Xiao Yan, who was heading north. A week had passed since the destruction of the southern hole. At this moment, the desert that Xiao Yan was in was a path that one must pass through in order to head to the northern mountain. Although this place was not a vast desert, it was still a vast area. In this place, even Xiao Yan would have the risk of getting lost if he did not have a guide. In order to avoid this, Xiao Yan could only follow this group in front of him. Although there were not many people in this group, the 3 high-class Dodi leading the way had a certain understanding of this desert. They were like old horses that knew the way. At this moment, they were the only guides in this desert. At this moment, everyone in this group had paid 50 low-grade spirit stones to these 3 people. The fee might be high, but it was not only used to pass through the Scarlet Training Desert. Most importantly, it was to allow them to safely pass through the desert. Although the Scarlet Training Desert was barren, there were also hidden dangers in this harsh environment. Powerful magical beasts struggled to survive in this environment. The struggle for survival was even more intense in this place. There would be powerful magical beasts dying at every moment. However, the ones that survived would be even more powerful existences. In this Scarlet Training Desert, even an ordinary high-class Dodi would be in danger. It was because of this that the leader of this small group was formed by 3 high-class Dodi. Walking at the back of the group, Xiao Yan was neither fast nor slow. Although there were broken rocks under his feet, it did not bring him any trouble. When his feet landed, the broken rocks under his feet were easily crushed like tofu. Wherever he passed, a row of clear footprints was left behind. At the same time, Following Xiao Yan's inhalation and exhalation, the powerful fire-type energy that was contained in this world also continuously flowed into his body. Although this kind of training appeared to be slow, it was also extremely solid. Every trace of energy was condensed after being absorbed and refined countless times. The result was undoubtedly the most direct to the growth of one's cultivation. The only drawback was that the speed was slow. However, this did not affect Xiao Yan's interest in this. After the trip to the Obsidian Tower the last time, although Xiao Yan's cultivation had increased quite a bit, his aura was still not stable enough. After this period of slow accumulation, Xiao Yan believed that his cultivation would be able to completely solidify. This could be considered a good thing for him. The path of the strong was like the scarlet training desert. Only by taking one step at a time and being down to earth would one be able to truly grow. Xiao Yan naturally understood this principle very well. Just as Xiao Yan was walking, the figure of the sloppy old man suddenly entered Xiao Yan's line of sight. An ordinary old man naturally would not attract Xiao Yan's attention. However, the difference between this old man and an ordinary old man was his tattered black robe. His robe was simply tattered beyond recognition. Moreover, it was very obvious that the robe had been burned to such a state by flames. However, it was also this that made Xiao Yan even more suspicious. This was because he could clearly sense a fierce and domineering flame aura coming from the old man's body. Just from this point alone, Xiao Yan could be sure that the old man was also a fire-type cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was definitely not low. At the very least, when Xiao Yan used his spiritual strength to probe the old man, he was unable to find any valuable information. Despite being a fire affinity practitioner, he had ended up in such a miserable manner because of a flame. This really caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely curious. Just what kind of flame was able to cause a fire affinity expert to end up in such a manner? When Xiao Yan used his spiritual strength to probe the old man, the latter also sensed something. A smile flashed across the old man's tanned face. After which, his swaying footsteps became slower in an invisible manner. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was absent-minded as he pondered the question in his heart from a moment ago. A flame that could cause an elite Do-Di to be reduced to such a miserable state. Unless it was done by someone with a higher cultivation than him, it was likely that there was only one kind of flame in this world that could do so. Could it be a heavenly flame? Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something in his heart. His eyebrows twitched. The instant he raised his head, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him and actually pounced on him. Soon after, the figure fell in front of Xiao Yan in front of his surprised face. At the same time, a miserable cry also sounded, attracting the gazes of everyone in front of him. Xiao Yan's expression changed in shock. He did not expect that there would actually be someone who could get close to him without him noticing. Even though he had only been absent-minded for a second earlier, such an unexpected turn of events would be sufficient to cause him to be seriously injured if it was any other time. Xiao Yan's body hurriedly pulled back. Only after he confirmed that his surroundings were safe did he use a cautious gaze to look at the spot where he was standing earlier. At this moment, that sloppy old man was curled up on the ground at that spot. His face was filled with a painful expression as he cried out miserably. "Woo woo woo, little brat, why did you bully this old man for no reason? My legs have been broken by you. I can't walk anymore." The moment these words were uttered, the people who were hurrying along behind frowned one after another. They looked at each other. Finally, their gazes landed on the three high-class Do-Dis. Since the three of them had accepted the spirit stones from these people, they naturally had to ensure that they would escort them to their destination. They could not easily abandon anyone in the group. At this moment, the actions of this sloppy old man would undoubtedly slow down their forward speed. Moreover, there were quite a number of powerful magical beasts in this scarlet training desert. Once they were provoked by this old man, it would create even greater trouble. Compared to this, the latter situation was something that no one was willing to see. Woo woo woo, it hurts. The old man hugged his right leg with both hands and randomly rolled on the ground. The somewhat hoarse, sorrowful cry from his mouth caused one to feel uncontrollably irritable upon hearing it. There were even more disgusted gazes. In front of everyone, the three middle-aged men in embroidered robes also frowned as they looked at the sloppy old man curled up on the ground. At the same time, they also noticed Xiao Yan. They were naturally able to tell that this sloppy old man had the intention of creating trouble. However, regardless of the reason, they needed to first suppress this matter. Otherwise, if they were to allow him to continue creating trouble, it was likely that he would bring trouble to everyone. This mister, the sky is high and the road is long. It is more important for us to hurry along our journey now. If there are no major problems, we hope that you can endure for a little longer. Wait until the sky turns dark before you check on your injuries. Moreover, the strength of the magical beasts in the Scarlet Training Desert is extremely frightening. Once they are lured over, it will be quite troublesome. I hope that you can consider everyone's safety. One of the three middle-aged men in embroidered robes stood up and opened his mouth with a calm tone. However, that sloppy old man acted as though he did not hear his words. He continued to curl up on the ground. His face revealed a painful expression, causing the people beside him to curse in their hearts. Smelly old man, Master Chen is speaking nicely to you. Why are you still putting on such an act? If you still don't get up and shut up, be careful that I, your father, will ask you to get up. That middle-aged man spoke nicely in consideration of his own interests. However, those who were hurrying along did not care. They only cared about their own journey. They absolutely could not be delayed by anyone. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also frowning with suspicion as he looked at the sloppy old man curled up on the ground in front of him. He had never met the latter before. However, what was the intention of this old man's actions? That sloppy old man directly ignored the words of others. His pair of deep and bright eyes stared blankly at Xiao Yan. His mouth continued to howl in grief. Brat, you broke my leg. You have to compensate me. A sharp and hoarse cry reverberated over this spacious area. The frowns on everyone's faces deepened. Xiao Yan's expression also sank. From the looks of it, this old man was purposely looking for trouble. Xiao Yan's face also sank. However, just as the old man was staring at Xiao Yan, the latter also clearly saw that there were actually a couple of burn scars on the old man's tanned face. However, at this moment, he did not have the mood to pay attention to them. Smelly old man, are you done yet? Seeing that this sloppy old man was actually indifferent, a middle-aged man with a somewhat red face from the crowd by the side softly cursed. His little patience had already been completely worn down by this old man. Now, he needed to use him to cool down. Chi! The middle-aged man's body suddenly shot forward the instant his words sounded. His body and mind were as fast as lightning. The do chi in his body swiftly circulated. With a wave of his large hand, his body had already appeared behind the old man when it fell. He grabbed at the shoulder of the sloppy old man. Buzz, however, it was also at the next moment that the sloppy old man inadvertently turned his head around. His strange gaze instantly caused this middle-aged man's body to be unable to move even a little. The do chi that was flowing within his body to his chi paths also appeared to have solidified in an instant. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. His originally flushed face had also turned ghastly white at this moment. Bang! Following a soft muffled sound, the middle-aged man's body was involuntarily pulled back. Although he was not seriously injured, just this attack alone was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone present to change. Although the cultivation of this middle-aged man could not be considered the top in this place, he was still a 6-star do-di. However, this sloppy old man was able to force the latter back with just a gaze without even touching his body. One could easily imagine just how strong the old man was. At this moment, it was not just Xiao Yan. Even the expressions of the three middle-aged men had also turned solemn in an instant. Numerous pairs of eyes were filled with a deep fear as they looked at the old man. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth, Xiao Xian, who had been quiet for half a month, finally opened his mouth at this moment. "Brat, you must not be careless. This person's aura is extremely deep. Even I am unable to see through it. It is very likely that his cultivation has already surpassed the Do-Di class. You should be careful." An extremely solemn voice sounded from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. After these words sounded, it was as though an enormous rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Waves instantly rose within Xiao Yan's heart, surpassing the Do-Di class. Just these 4 words were sufficient to indicate just how great the true strength of this old man was. He was at least in existence at the Origin Transformation class. Origin Transformation class, Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly. Even with Xiao Yan's character, he could not help but become anxious at this moment. Even the tightly clenched hands under his sleeves had unknowingly loosened. Chapter 985. The emotional change in Xiao Yan's heart seemed to have been completely seen by the sloppy old man. He muttered doubtfully in his heart. Soon after, the old man once again cried out in a loud voice. "I don't care. You must compensate me. If you don't, I will cry." Sob, sob, sob. After his words sounded, the old man really began to sob once again. However, his sobs appeared to be extremely awkward. Even though this was the case, no one around dared to say anything this time around. After all, they had seen the scene earlier. A 6-star Do-Di had been so casually forced back. If they dared to be insensible and charge forward, the result would be hard to say. At this moment, everyone could only hope that Xiao Yan would quickly take out something to settle the matter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the situation should those powerful magical beasts be attracted. Xiao Yan felt ashamed in his heart when he heard the old man's shameless words. It was really difficult to imagine that this person was actually an origin transformation expert. Such a character was completely different from what Xiao Yan had imagined. "This elder, this junior unintentionally offended you in the matter earlier. If I have offended you, this junior will apologize to you." Even though he was unwilling in his heart, Xiao Yan had no choice but to temporarily hide when faced with an origin transformation expert. No matter how one put it, he was currently only a 7-star Do-Di. An expert of this level was not someone that the current him could easily offend. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, it was more important to hurry on with his journey. You still have some conscience. You still know to apologize after bullying this old man. Since it has already come to this, I will not make things difficult for you. I will reduce the compensation by half. For Tier 4 medicinal pills, and this matter will be settled. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the sloppy old man's face when he saw Xiao Yan bow and greet him. He swiftly climbed up from the ground, appearing as though nothing had happened. However, the words that he said were shocking. For Tier 4 medicinal pills. This old man is too black-hearted. The expressions of everyone around immediately changed after the words of the sloppy old man sounded. Even they felt that the request of this old man was unfair. The 3 9-star Do-Di exchanged glances with each other. Although their eyes also contained a surprise that could not be suppressed, they ultimately became quiet. "Let's go." The sloppy old man's voice sounded. Even though they could not suppress the shock in their eyes, they ultimately became quiet. Others might not know, but the 3 of them clearly understood that this unassuming, sloppy old man was actually an origin transformation expert. It was not up to them to comment on the matters of an origin transformation expert. After all, there were bound to be some eccentric people at that level who could not tolerate the criticism of others. Trouble comes from the mouth. This was not a joke. As for Xiao Yan, after seeing the smile on the old man's face, the fear in his heart turned into doubt in the blink of an eye. Although this old man's actions were deliberately making things difficult, at the same time, it seemed to contain another kind of charm. Xiao Yan immediately recovered after this thought flashed through his heart. Immediately, he took out 4 Tier 4 high-grade medicinal pills from his storage ring without any hesitation and handed them over. Although Tier 4 medicinal pills were extremely precious, Xiao Yan did not show any hesitation on his face when he handed them over at this moment. If he could use 4 Tier 4 medicinal pills to obtain the good impression of an origin transformation expert, it would undoubtedly be worth it for Xiao Yan. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to hand the medicinal pills in his hand to the sloppy old man, the latter suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, the old voice seemed to contain some kind of demonic nature. The instant the sloppy old man's words sounded, Xiao Yan's hand movement also paused. Hiss, Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this old man. Soon after, his eyes were surprised as he looked at the latter. He did not know what this old man was planning. Brat, the medicinal pills that I want are the Tier 4 melting flame pill, chasing flame pill, embryonic phoenix pill, and serene wind flame transforming pill. Other than these 4 medicinal pills, I don't want anything else. Don't tell me that you can't take them out. Everyone around immediately knit their brows when the words of the old man sounded. Their hearts were filled with doubt. They had never heard of such a rare medicinal pill. Even the 3 9-star Do-Di also knit their brows. Other than 1 or 2 of these 4 medicinal pills, they had also never heard of the remaining ones. Even less needed to be said about the medicinal effects of these medicinal pills. Hearing the sloppy old man's words, even Xiao Yan similarly knit his brows. As an alchemist, he was naturally very familiar with these 4 medicinal pills. These 4 medicinal pills were all Tier 4 medicinal pills. Moreover, without exception, they were all used to fuse flames. In most cases, these medicinal pills would be used by alchemists to increase the degree of fusion between their bodies and flames, further increasing their ability to control flames. Hence, these medicinal pills were extremely rare in the outside world. It was reasonable that they were unknown to others. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to be even more curious was why this old man would choose these 4 kinds of medicinal pills. With his cultivation, it should be impossible for him to use these medicinal pills. Unless, he wanted to use them to control some kind of extremely frightening flame. For example, heavenly flame. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly trembled. Brat, do you have it or not? If you don't, this old man is going to flip out. At this moment, the sloppy old man appeared to have impatiently opened his mouth once again, interrupting Xiao Yan's thoughts. Soon after, the latter did not dare to delay as he swiftly rummaged through his storage ring. Very quickly, 2 crimson and 1 green-blue medicinal pills appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. These 3 medicinal pills were the flame-melting pill, flame-chasing pill, and serene wind flame transforming pill that the sloppy old man had asked for. As for the phoenix embryo pill, due to its special ingredients, even Xiao Yan was unable to take it out from his collection. These 3 medicinal pills were something that Xiao Yan had obtained through a couple of lucky encounters. Originally, he wanted to use them to assist him in swallowing flames the next time. However, from the looks of it now, he did not have that opportunity. This elder, the 4 types of medicinal pills that you need are really rare. This junior is only able to take out 3 of them. Therefore, I hope that elder can understand. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and handed the 3 medicinal pills in his hand to the sloppy old man. Although the latter frowned slightly, he still unceremoniously accepted the medicinal pills. Only then did the surrounding people quietly sigh in relief. If this incident could be resolved earlier, it would undoubtedly allow their hearts to relax. Brat, I will accept the medicinal pills. However, you must remember that you still owe me one. After keeping the medicinal pills, the sloppy old man quickly let out a strange laugh. His gaze slyly looked at Xiao Yan. His toes gently pressed on the ground and his body rose into the air. His eyes swept over the surrounding people with a cold smile. Immediately, with a swooshed sound, he transformed into a flaming light and disappeared from this place in the blink of an eye. Brat, we will meet again. Chapter 986. The old voice continued to reverberate within this searing hot desert. However, the sloppy old man's figure had already disappeared. Only a moment later did everyone gradually recover from the enormous pressure from earlier. Everyone's tense nerves suddenly relaxed at this moment. Cold sweat fell like rain. Everyone's originally tired bodies had become a little weaker at this moment. The hot sun's light mercilessly scattered down and landed on everyone's bright red skin. The perspiration quickly evaporated and disappeared. At this moment, other than the 3 9-star Do Di and Xiao Yan, the remaining people were seated cross-legged on the ground. They began to recover the strength that had flowed out from their bodies. The 3 middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other when they saw everyone seated cross-legged on the ground. They nodded and spread out. They carefully observed their surroundings. Xiao Yan watched the sloppy old man leave. At this moment, he had also withdrawn his gaze. His gaze randomly swept over everyone present. He was just about to sit down when Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed in the next moment. Even the eyes of the 3 middle-aged men instantly gathered together. The gazes of the 4 of them turned at the same time and landed in the middle of the group. Under the ground that was filled with rubble, they could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura surging from the ground at an extremely fast speed. It was like lava that was about to break out of the ground, causing the hearts of the 4 of them to tremble. Hurry up and leave this place. The 3 middle-aged men cried out in unison in a deafening manner. Everyone who had just sat down were immediately woken up. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back at the same time as they recovered. Each of them flashed and left the place where they were seated. Bang! At the same time, the ground where everyone was seated was suddenly torn apart by an enormous force. Dust flew and an enormous beast broke out from the ground in front of everyone's eyes. A sharp roar transformed into an invisible sound wave. Accompanying it was an extremely frightening and powerful destructive aura. Advance 9-star Do Di Ha. Damn beast. I was nearly injured by you. You clearly know that we have 3 9-star Do Di here, yet you still dare to charge out. You are really seeking death. Coming back to their senses, the 3 middle-aged men's faces suddenly became gloomy. With a wave of their sleeves, a hurricane suddenly swept out, sweeping away the dust between heaven and earth. The appearance of the giant beast in front of them also became clear in an instant. Hiss! His scarlet tongue flicked in the air, and an extremely strong stench spread out. His 2 triangular eyes swept across the 3 middle-aged men, and a strong bloodthirsty light flashed in the depths of his purple eyes. His huge body was like a pillar in front of everyone's eyes. A huge shadow shrouded everyone present. At the same time, a huge haze shrouded everyone's hearts. Red-scaled python, how could it be this thing? Damn it, doesn't that mean, seeing the huge python before them, the 3 middle-aged men's expressions immediately changed. If it was any other magical beast, it would be fine, but if it was this beast, bang bang bang. At the same time that the 3 men's expressions changed, another 3 sounds of earth breaking appeared one after another. The expressions of everyone present became unusually ugly. As the matter was swept over, one could see another 3 enormous pythons that were the same size as the first one standing around everyone, surrounding them. In this way, the 4 red-scaled pythons that had appeared were equivalent to 4 9-star Do Di. 4. Damn it, it is actually 4 red-scaled pythons. The red-scaled pythons often lived in groups when they were young. Only when they reached maturity would they leave the group. Even though this was the case, the red-scaled pythons would still form a small group. A four-headed red-scaled python that lived in a group could already be considered a peak existence in this red training desert. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. It is all that damn old man's fault. If it were not for him, we would not have provoked these beasts. Seeing these four enormous pythons, the expressions of the three middle-aged men immediately became ugly. 3 against 4, they did not have any chance of victory. As for these ordinary elite Dodi around them, they did not have any hope. In the face of absolute strength, numbers were not able to decide anything. Even though everyone present was a strong Dodi, these people were still not enough in front of a 9-star Dodi. At the same time that these three middle-aged men thought of this point, the surrounding elite Dodi also had similar thoughts in their hearts. These people all had an understanding of how frightening the red-scaled pythons were. From the looks of the situation in front of them, they already had no other choice but to flee. Hiss. However, just as the crowd was preparing to flee in all directions, the four enormous pythons struck first. Their enormous bodies twisted and the snake bodies that were buried under the ground drilled out like mountain ranges. Very quickly, they blocked the path of everyone present. At this moment, everyone present, including the three middle-aged men and Xiao Yan, had been completely surrounded by these four enormous pythons. They had become turtles in a jar with nowhere to retreat. Damn it, there is no way out. We can only force our way through. The expressions of all the elite Dodi changed drastically. A few of them also clenched their teeth hatefully. They turned their gazes to the narrow gap between the bodies of the four red-scaled pythons. From there, they could still see a large area of the outside world. Clearly, that was the best place to break through. Charge! We must not sit and wait for death. We must charge out alive. Charge! After a few roars sounded, 2 to 3 elite Dodi rushed forward without caring about the others. They wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the encirclement of the four enormous pythons. These few idiots, they are really seeking death. Seeing this scene, the 3 9-star Dodi threw pitiful gazes at them. It was not that they did not want to save them. It was just that these fellows were seeking their own deaths. They could not be blamed for standing aside and watching. Soon after, the few human figures that had charged out had already appeared in front of the four enormous pythons in a flash. It looked like they would be able to escape the encirclement in the next moment. However, it was also at this moment that, hiss. A hoarse hiss was emitted from the enormous pythons' mouths. Almost at the same time, a couple of bloody mouths flashed past like meteors flying across the sky. Following a couple of miserable cries, the few elite Dodi with extraordinary strength were cut into pieces by the four red-scaled pythons in the blink of an eye. After which, the four enormous pythons quickly turned their bloodthirsty eyes toward the remaining people in the battleground in front of the terrified gazes. These four beasts are not easy to deal with. The 3 of us will each hold back one of them. As for the remaining one, it will depend on your luck. The expressions of the 3 9-star Dodi were extremely solemn. They let out a warning from their mouths. Immediately, their bodies shot forward and each of them faced a red-scaled python. As for the remaining people, all of them wore terrified faces. They did not even have the time to save their own lives. How would they have the courage to face these red-scaled pythons? As for Xiao Yan, the corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he eyed the remaining 9-star Dodi red-scaled python in front of him. Not only did this red-scaled python have a powerful cultivation, but its physical body was also incomparably strong. The wild and violent strength contained within its blood was an excellent material for tempering one's physical body. If he could kill it and obtain its blood, Xiao Yan's physical strength would undoubtedly increase. Chapter 987. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and grasped the heavy Xian Buster sword. The tip of his foot lightly tapped the air and his figure immediately transformed into a black shadow. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the red-scaled python. The giant buster sword in his hand danced and smashed down on the red-scaled python's head. Hiss! Xiao Yan's sudden appearance also caused the red-scaled python to be startled. After all, it was a high-ranked magical beast. Even though it lived in the Scarlet Training Desert all year round, its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. Thus, in response to Xiao Yan's frightening speed, the red-scaled python similarly felt an indescribable threat. With a hiss, the red-scaled python twisted its enormous body and its large head nimbly dodged to the side. At the same time, its enormous snake tail swept towards Xiao Yan's back and aimed directly at the latter's head. Humph! With regards to the force that was attacking from behind, Xiao Yan was naturally very clear. The movements of his hands did not change in the slightest. His body twisted and the giant buster's sword also swept viciously in front of him in a strange manner. At the same time, it fiercely collided with the red-scaled python's enormous snake tail. Clang! Sparks flew and the sound of metal colliding immediately rang out. The giant buster sword buzzed for a while and Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding onto the heavy Xian buster sword, could not help but tremble. The enormous snake tail in front of him was similarly shaken back as its scales scattered in all directions. What a tyrannical defensive power this body has. After the collision, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of fear towards the beast's physical defense. With such tyrannical physical strength, it was no wonder that the red-scaled python could be ranked as one of the top existences in the Scarlet Training Desert. To be able to survive in this kind of environment, it was indeed not an ordinary person. However, this was also good. For Xiao Yan, the more this was the case, the more it proved the value of the red-scaled python. He did not wish to expend all his effort only to end up with insignificant results. Hiss! Just as Xiao Yan's figure paused, the enormous snake head suddenly appeared behind him. Its bloody mouth was wide open and the fangs in its mouth were like the scythe of a death god. They were suffused with an icy white luster and were stained with scarlet blood as they bit towards Xiao Yan. If he was bitten by it, even if he did not die, it was likely that he would be left with an irreversible injury. Indeed, it is still a beast, unable to change its nature of sneak attacks. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp. He did not display the slightest panic because of the sudden appearance of the red-scaled python. Xiao Yan rotated his hand and the heavy Xian ruler was held in a reverse grip. His footsteps changed and the sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body instantly transformed into a phantom. When the red-scaled python's mouth was about to land, Xiao Yan's body appeared to have narrowly dodged by the side of its mouth. Even the scarlet-red snake's tongue was about to stick to Xiao Yan's back. An icy cold, bloodthirsty killing intent surged from behind. Xiao Yan's thoughts were clear and his movements were fluid without any delay. Standing in the air, his body leaned forward to dodge the red-scaled python's attack. At the same time, his body, which was originally facing the red-scaled python, suddenly twisted in a strange manner. Within his pair of pitch-black eyes, a thick white flame instantly surged. Almost at the same time, with a "pu" sound, the thick white flame instantly covered the entire giant ruler like a sail in the wind. In the instant that Xiao Yan's body turned around, the hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler tightened even more. His right arm abruptly waved and his muscles tightened. A powerful force, along with Dou Qi, gushed out at the same time. Like a volcano erupting, a heavy blow accurately smashed into the head of the red-scaled python. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 1 ruler. Yelling angrily in his heart, the thick white flame suddenly surged violently. The instant the giant ruler came into contact with the red-scaled python's head, the flame transformed into a resplendent ruler's tip. It was like a sharp blade, intending to forcefully slice this beast apart. Chi! The ruler's tip streaked across the sky, shining like the stars in the night sky. The dazzling radiance disappeared in an instant. The shocking ruler's tip swept across a small portion of the red-scaled python's body. The hard snake scales collapsed like a city wall, disintegrating. Under the ice-cold snake scales, the flesh and blood split open, and dark red blood gushed out. Under the scorching heat of the sun, the blood appeared especially dazzling. Roar! A hoarse roar of pain came from the red-scaled python's mouth. At the same time, the latter's body trembled. Its pair of purple triangular eyes suddenly emitted a scarlet glow. After suffering from one strike, this beast was thoroughly enraged by Xiao Yan. The situation here attracted the attention of the three middle-aged men. At the same time, the other three red-scaled pythons also paid attention. Hiss. This brat, looks like he's not an ordinary Dodi. He's actually able to anger this beast. The three of them saw the huge wound on the red-scaled python's head. The dark red blood caused their expressions to change. He had only attacked a few times, yet he was able to cause the red-scaled python such pain. This was enough to show how powerful the young man who injured the latter was. Who is this brat? I've never heard of such a person in the northern region before. The expressions of the three men changed one after another. After roaming the northern region for so many years, they had never heard of such a young 9-star Dodi. The appearance of Xiao Yan involuntarily caused them to feel extremely suspicious. Chi! In the next moment, the red-scaled python opened its mouth and a scarlet-yellow Do-Chi immediately spurted out. It turned into a Do-Chi light pillar that carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to pierce through Xiao Yan in one strike. Hey, are you going to use your true strength? That's fine too. I wasn't satisfied enough the last time. Today, I'll use you as a test stone. Seeing the red-scaled python reveal such an appearance, Xiao Yan's expression did not reveal any seriousness. Instead, he had an eager appearance. The deputy hall chief of the southern hall was only an intermediate 9-star Dodi the last time. It was insufficient for him to display his true strength. This time, however, the appearance of this red-scaled python allowed Xiao Yan to give it a try. A powerful force mercilessly streaked across the sky. The invisible space was like a fragile mirror that instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the Do-Chi light pillar had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. Xiao Yan held the huge ruler in his hand and viciously hacked down from above. The ruler glow once again shot out and destroyed the red-scaled python's attack. Buzz! Almost at the same time the Do-Chi light pillar was destroyed, the red-scaled python's huge snake tail once again arrived behind Xiao Yan. Unlike the last time, the red-scaled python did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, it used its snake tail to wrap around Xiao Yan's body at an extremely fast speed and tightly curled up. A frightening force erupted at this moment. It was as if it was crushing an ant, intending to crush Xiao Yan's body. Unfortunately, this beast had clearly underestimated Xiao Yan's methods. Although his arms were bound and he had no way to use the heavy Xian ruler, other than Do-Chi, his physical strength was also his strong suit. Force Elephant Technique. Golden Elephant Technique. Activate. The two techniques were used at the same time. The golden light shone brightly. Under Xiao Yan's seemingly thin body, a powerful force as heavy as Mount Tai suddenly awakened at this moment. Boom! Xiao Yan's body shook violently. A huge virtual image that was almost solid suddenly rose from the ground behind him. Following the movements of Xiao Yan's hands moved together and forcefully broke free from the red-scaled python's huge body. After which, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, it hugged the red-scaled python's tail and forcefully swung it. It actually lifted the entire body of the red-scaled python into the air. Chapter 988. The two arms of the virtual image stretched out and hugged the red-scaled python's huge tail. Its frightening strength was even greater than the red-scaled python's, and it actually lifted the red-scaled python's body up. Within the encirclement formed by the other three red-scaled pythons, Xiao Yan lifted up the huge beast in his embrace. Everyone's gazes were immediately attracted and turned to look at Xiao Yan. Hua! The crowd was agitated in an instant. Their faces, which were originally carefully moving about, revealed a shocked expression at this moment. Even the three middle-aged men were panting at this moment as they threw their gazes of disbelief toward Xiao Yan. This guy, who exactly is he? What a frightening strength. The faces of the three middle-aged men were filled with shock, joy, and joy. They were shocked at Xiao Yan's terrifying strength and at the same time, were happy that the latter had reduced one of their opponents. What was even more fortunate was that the three of them did not make things difficult for Xiao Yan earlier. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say what kind of situation they would be in now. Losing such a powerful teammate was definitely a fatal blow to them. Fortunately, they did not do such a stupid thing. In Xiao Yan's embrace, the red-scaled python was like a withered tree swaying in the wind. Following Xiao Yan's deliberate twisting of his body, it swayed counterclockwise. Its huge body was not under its own control and swayed in this narrow encirclement. The situation that should have been under the control of the red-scaled python had now fallen into Xiao Yan's hands. Chi. The chi sound of rushing wind gradually resounded over the place. The swaying of the red-scaled pythons had already affected the three battlegrounds. The three middle-aged men and the three red-scaled pythons also ceased their intense collisions because of this. The three nine-star Do-Di threw surprised gazes at this windmill-like enormous snake. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on Xiao Yan, who was in the middle, who had caused this scene to occur. The shock in their hearts became even denser. Hiss. The appearance of this scene also caused the other three scarlet-scaled pythons to roar endlessly. One after another, they twisted their bodies, and their huge snake tails hooked onto the swaying body of the scarlet-scaled python from three different directions, wanting to use this as a pretext to stop its body. Buzz, the invisible empty space fluctuated intensely and the huge beast's body in Xiao Yan's embrace came to a stop. At the same time, the red-scaled python in Xiao Yan's embrace recovered and abruptly twisted its body. The head that had been thrown away abruptly turned around. The moment it opened its bloody mouth, a huge Do-Chi light pillar immediately shot out and shot toward Xiao Yan. Hey! With a cold laugh, Xiao Yan watched as the Do-Chi light beam shot towards him. However, the illusory figure that was hugging the crimson-scaled python's tail fiercely swung it. The frightening force caused the crimson-scaled python's tail to uncontrollably block in front of Xiao Yan. Boom! A muffled collision sound was emitted. Immediately, the python's skin and flesh were split open. Fresh blood splattered in all directions. A painful roar transformed into an invisible sound wave that swept across the area. A beast is indeed a beast. When it becomes ruthless, it even hits itself. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth parted into a cold smile. His body flashed and he arrived in the air above the snake tail that was writhing intensely. A cold glint was revealed in Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw the dense white bones and the huge snake tail that was dripping with fresh blood. Seeing that your blood is flowing, let me help you stop it. As the cold cry from his mouth sounded, a dense white flame suddenly ignited on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, turning his entire body into a flaming person. Ha! The instant the flame covered his body, Xiao Yan's body immediately shot downwards. His entire body was like a shooting star as he pierced through the crimson-scaled python's tail in one strike amidst the crimson-scaled python's painful roar. Roar! The roar went from sharp to hoarse until it was completely silent. However, that kind of pain was still hair-raising even if one didn't personally experience it. Scorch marks covered half of the crimson-scaled python's body. The blood had indeed been stopped, but the crimson-scaled python's control over its own snake tail had also been stopped. Chi! After the pain, it became even more violent and crazy. The crimson-scaled python's huge body violently twisted as it charged towards Xiao Yan without caring about anything else. Its extremely fast speed coupled with its huge body was simply inconceivable. At the same time, the other three huge pythons also focused their attention on Xiao Yan at this moment. However, just as they were about to attack the latter, the three middle-aged men each dodged and blocked them. "Ha, little brother, I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert like us. Just leave these three beasts to us. As for this one, I'll leave it to you." The three middle-aged men parted their mouths and smiled. The situation in front of them was undoubtedly what they wanted to see the most. Of course, this was also something that they had least expected. Who would have thought that a black-robed, young man who looked so young would actually possess such a frightening strength? This kind of strength caused even them, who were 9-star Do-Di, to feel solemn. Fortunately, they were on the same side as the former. Hearing the loud laughter of the three middle-aged men, Xiao Yan also nodded his head heavily. It was undoubtedly the best that these three could help him delay the other three crimson-scaled pythons. His feet moved as he randomly used the Sky Extinction Step, and easily dodged the crimson-scaled python's attack. Xiao Yan was just about to move when he immediately frowned. His gaze swept towards the land to the south. Relying on the strength of his spiritual strength, he could vaguely sense a few other obscure auras approaching. Oh! Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He waved his arm and blocked the crimson-scaled python's attack. After which, he slowly turned around and his gaze returned to the crimson-scaled python's body. Looks like the current situation does not allow me to drag this out any longer. Since this is the case, I can only end this quickly. Xiao Yan laughed faintly. The crimson-scaled python appeared to have understood him. It roared and charged toward Xiao Yan without caring about anything else. Chi! Faced with the crimson-scaled python that was charging toward him, Xiao Yan similarly did not dodge. His body shook slightly and the illusionary image behind him suddenly trembled. Following Xiao Yan's body, it flashed and appeared in front of the crimson-scaled python in an instant. When the bodies of the two were compared, it was like comparing a mountain to a flat hill. With such a difference in size and this seemingly crazy action, it was likely that an ordinary person would only think of two words. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. However, this was not the case. Xiao Yan bent his right arm and clenched his fist. The illusionary image behind him moved exactly the same as Xiao Yan. Facing the gigantic crimson-scaled python, Xiao Yan did not use any fancy movements. Instead, he used the most direct method, which was to meet force with force. Bang! As the fist smashed down, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan collapsed with a buzzing sound. A frightening strength agglomerated into an invisible wind wall in front of him. The heavy fist violently smashed onto the body of the red-scaled python. The hard snake scales only lasted for less than a breath's time before they were suddenly shattered. The flesh and blood below could not even withstand a single blow. A terrifying force poured out and the crimson-scaled python's body rapidly caved in like a deflated balloon. The sound of bones breaking was like the sound of piano keys. Such a miserable state was simply unbearable to watch. The gigantic beast was forcefully blocked by Xiao Yan's punch. The latter's body was towering and unmoving while the crimson-scaled python was nailed into the empty space. Regardless of how enormous the force that surged out of its body was, it was ultimately useless. Under full force, even the crimson-scaled python was no match for Xiao Yan. Roar! The crimson-scaled python's painful cries were mixed with madness. It struggled to turn its gigantic head and opened its mouth wide. Countless fangs closed downwards like a ghost demanding for its life. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, it actually swallowed Xiao Yan in one gulp. The appearance of this scene caused even the 3 9-star Do Di to be involuntarily stunned. This brat won't be, the expressions of the three changed. They were clearly aware of how frightening the crimson-scaled python was. Once one was swallowed by it, there was no need to think too much about the result. Now that Xiao Yan had been swallowed by this crimson-scaled python, there was no need to say more about his fate. Ugh, even if he was completely confident, he shouldn't have dragged it out like this. This brat has ultimately harmed himself. The three of them sighed. They could not help but frown. Even with such great talent, he had still ended up ruining himself. However, it was also at this moment that everyone present suddenly realized that after the crimson-scaled python had swallowed Xiao Yan, there was no longer any movement. Only after 10 breaths did they gradually see that the surface of the crimson-scaled python's body had unknowingly been covered by a thin layer of cold ice. What is that? Everyone was shocked. While they were feeling suspicious in their hearts, a slight caw-caw sound was emitted from the crimson-scaled python's body. The expressions of the surrounding elite Do Di immediately changed. Each of them carefully stepped back. On the other side, the battle between the 3 9-star Do Di and the 3 crimson-scaled pythons was becoming increasingly intense. Bang! The sudden explosion sounded in this area. The expressions of everyone present immediately changed. They could clearly see that the red-scaled python, which had swallowed Xiao Yan into its mouth a moment ago, had actually burst apart an inch at a time in front of their eyes. This strange scene caused everyone who saw it to feel a shock in their hearts. They felt an inexplicable fear. Soon after, an even more shocking scene appeared once again. Following the explosion of the crimson-scaled python's body, a young man wearing a black robe once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes without any injuries. Who else could this person be other than Xiao Yan? Chapter 989. The hot sun hung high in the boundless desert like a cluster of fireballs. It emitted a high temperature that roasted the land below. At this moment, a group of people and 3 huge pythons were standing high in the sky above a desert that was in a mess. The hot air was filled with a tense atmosphere. The aftershocks from the intense battle from a moment ago had yet to subside. However, at this moment, all of their gazes were focused on a black-robed young man in the battleground without exception. The latter's body was standing straight in the empty air. One of his hands was behind his back while the other hand was extended forward. A dense white flame slowly rose from his palm. The frightening high temperature that it emitted caused people to feel terrified. Compared to the hot sun that hung high above their heads, this cluster of dense white flame was even more terrifying. Everyone present felt shocked from the bottom of their hearts as they looked at the uninjured black-robed young man in the battleground. Even the 3 9-star Do Di felt incomparably shocked in their hearts at this moment. Of course, the ones who felt even more terrified were undoubtedly the 3 remaining red-scaled pythons. Even though they were naturally bloodthirsty, fear involuntarily rose in their hearts when they saw their companion die in such a strange manner in front of them. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his hand that was covered by a rising flame. At the same time, the cluster of fist-sized essence blood that was wrapped in the middle of the flame was also kept by Xiao Yan into his storage ring. This cluster of essence blood belonged to this red-scaled python. It contained an extremely powerful wild and violent energy. That kind of energy was what Xiao Yan needed to refine his physical body. However, this amount seemed to be a little unsatisfactory. After keeping the essence blood, Xiao Yan's eyes turned. His ice-cold gaze shot toward the remaining 3 red-scaled pythons. His dense, cold eyes caused the bodies of these 3 enormous creatures to involuntarily tremble. In the face of absolute strength, their outer appearance did not represent anything. When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the 3 red-scaled pythons, the 3 9-star dodies' bodies flashed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. After which, their gazes that were filled with murderous intent landed on the bodies of the 3 huge pythons. The original 3 against 4 situation did not change. However, the relationship between the hunter and the prey had undergone a great change. Roar! The 3 red-scaled pythons involuntarily retreated amidst a low roar. If they continued to stay in this kind of situation, it was likely that they would have to pay an even more painful price. Unknowingly, escape had become the only choice of these 3 enormous creatures. Xiao Yan watched these 3 fellows leave from the empty space. He did not have the slightest intention of stopping them. The 3 middle-aged men beside him also sighed in relief. Once they were certain that these 3 chis had completely disappeared from the range of their senses, the 3 of them finally let out a long sigh of relief. They recovered, cupped their hands to Xiao Yan, cupped them together, and laughed. Hee, it's all thanks to you, sir. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't know how to deal with this. Xiao Yan turned his gaze around and saw the relaxed expressions on the faces of the 3 middle-aged men. He shook his head and said with a frown, "The 3 of you, now is not the time to relax. I can sense that there are a few other auras hurrying toward us. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid that we will face even greater trouble. Therefore, I hope that the 3 of you can lead the way and leave this place first." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expressions of the 3 middle-aged men were involuntarily startled. They did not sense any auras approaching. Although this was the case, after witnessing Xiao Yan's strength, the 3 of them did not doubt the former's words. The 3 of them nodded and immediately gathered the remaining elite Dodi. After pointing out the direction, the group immediately headed north. After experiencing the tense atmosphere from before, all of these people were extremely tense. They did not dare to relax even a little along the way. Their speed was much faster than usual. However, the group of people followed closely behind Xiao Yan. As for the 3 9-star Dodi, they split up and led the way. The 3 middle-aged men could only feel a little embarrassed in their hearts when faced with this situation in the group. However, they did not dare to slow down their speed even a little. Not long after this group of people left the place where the big battle had occurred, a few huge beasts furiously rushed over. Their imposing manner was not the least bit weaker than the few red-scaled pythons from before. It was hard to imagine that if this group of people continued to stay here, it was likely that they would not have any chance of surviving today. Sensing the threat of frightening powerful aura that was transmitted from the distance, the expressions of the 3 middle-aged men changed. Their bodies that were flying forward became even faster. At the same time, a respectful expression appeared in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. It was a long while later that this group of people finally left the area where the big battle had occurred. At the same time, the originally hot sun that was hanging in the sky had unknowingly descended on the western horizon. It was close to dusk. The day's time was about to end. What awaited this group of people was another long and short night. At the same time, there was also an unknown tomorrow. As dusk descended, this group of people temporarily stopped in front of a strange rock under the guidance of the 3 9-star Dodi. Within this red training desert, the flowing wind that blew in the air was still unbearable even when it was night time. Therefore, this strange rock became the best place for them to temporarily hide from the strong wind. Not long after everyone set up camp under these huge rocks, the sky had already turned completely dark. After the 3 middle-aged men once again expressed their thanks to Xiao Yan, each of them spread out to the periphery of the crowd and cautiously observed their surroundings. Compared to the day, the red training desert at night was undoubtedly much more dangerous. This was also one of the reasons why they had stopped. As for Xiao Yan, he was currently sitting cross-legged on top of an enormous rock. With a flip of his hand, the cluster of red-scaled python's essence blood that he had obtained during the day once again appeared in his palm. A thin layer of thick white flame wrapped around this cluster of viscous blood. Even with the isolation of the flame, the wild and violent energy within it still seeped out. The violent aura caused one's blood to boil, causing one to involuntarily want to let out a long howl. Seeing this cluster of essence blood in front of him, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. This kind of wild and violent energy was exactly what he needed. Unfortunately, the essence blood within this red-scaled python's body seemed to be a little lacking. If it was not to avoid those fellows behind him today, Xiao Yan would really not be willing to let those 3 fellows leave so easily. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little regretful as he shook his head. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and a suction force surged out. He actually swallowed this fist-sized cluster of blood into his stomach. Chapter 990. The instant this ball of essence blood entered Xiao Yan's body, it immediately emitted an extremely vigorous and violent energy, forming a circle of blood-colored waves that wreaked havoc within Xiao Yan's body. It was as if it wanted to destroy his meridians and internal organs. Regarding this situation, it was naturally within Xiao Yan's control. Since he was able to let it in, he naturally would not be unprepared. Pooh! With a thought, a dense white flame immediately emerged from all parts of his body, enveloping all of his meridians and bones. No matter how the energy within the ball of essence blood collided, it was completely ineffective. Looking inside his body, the heavenly flame condensed and transformed into a finger. Without any hesitation, it touched the ball of bright red blood. Bang! Accompanied by a slight muffled sound, the ball of essence blood the size of a fist suddenly burst open, transforming into countless tiny blood droplets. Like dense raindrops, they scattered to all parts of Xiao Yan's body in the blink of an eye, rapidly merging into his bones and flesh. If he wanted to use this ball of essence blood to temper his body, then the best way was naturally to completely release the energy within this ball of essence blood, allowing the energy contained within to completely explode into every cell in Xiao Yan's body, allowing them to explode and destroy him. With regards to this process, Xiao Yan only needed to be patient. Bang bang bang, the tiny droplets of blood entered his muscles. After which, they exploded like balloons. The wild and violent destructive power within them was completely displayed at this moment. The powerful energy transformed into a wave of energy that continuously bombarded every cell. Instantly, the pain of his muscles being torn apart immediately transmitted from every part of Xiao Yan's body. The intensity of the intense pain was as if heavy rain was pouring down on his body. The intense pain that stimulated his nerves was even more like being pierced by countless steel needles. Although the energy contained within the red-scaled python's essence blood was violent, after being broken down countless times, the energy within had already been diluted by a lot. At the very least, it would not bring any negative effects to Xiao Yan's body. Even so, this extreme tempering method still caused one's entire body to feel cold. The pain that caused one's soul to be torn apart was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. Even so, at this moment, Xiao Yan's body did not dare to tense up in the slightest while enduring this extreme pain. Any resistance would affect the benefits that the essence blood brought to him. Therefore, Xiao Yan had to allow his body to perfectly receive this energy without any resistance. The entire process was bound to be extremely painful. Fortunately, what Xiao Yan could endure the most was pain. In order to obtain power, one had to pay a price. If he could not even endure this pain, then this could only prove that Xiao Yan did not have the qualifications to obtain this power. However, the reality was that he had done it. After 4 hours of agonizing torment, the red-scaled python's essence blood within Xiao Yan's body was finally completely exhausted. During this process, Xiao Yan did not make any moves to resist. He allowed the energy contained within the essence blood to explode within his body, absorbing the energy from each destruction. Feeling the pain that was transmitted from all over his body, Xiao Yan trembled as he exhaled. After 4 hours, the muscles all over his body had involuntarily tensed up. Every muscle cell had expanded by more than a couple of times, and the strength hidden within was especially great. At the same time that the essence blood was completely exhausted, it also brought about an extremely great stimulation to Xiao Yan's body. However, he could even clearly sense that each of his muscle cells was wildly breathing as though they had experienced an intense exercise. Although Xiao Yan had already intentionally relaxed his body, the appearance that this body displayed at this moment still appeared unusually strong. One could imagine how powerful Xiao Yan's physical strength would be when he completely recovered. Only after an hour did Xiao Yan gradually recover. Once again, he sat down cross-legged. However, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to cultivate his physical strength. The cultivation of one's physical strength originally required a balance between tension and relaxation. Only after a suitable amount of rest could one ensure that one's physical body would not be damaged. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If one were to rush for success, it could instead affect the foundation of Xiao Yan's body. A thought passed through his mind, and the enormous spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into 9 avatars around Xiao Yan's body. Ever since he had left the Zhu family village, Xiao Yan had placed most of his attention on these 9 avatars other than hurrying along the way. With the high-grade spirit stones as a source of energy, the training of the 9 avatars had naturally sped up. Currently, the cultivation of these 9 avatars had all stepped into the middle stage of the 6-star Do-Di class. Their strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, when the 9 avatars merged into one, their cultivation had advanced to the next level. They were able to reach the initial stage of the 7-star Do-Di class. Their fighting strength was undoubtedly much stronger than many ordinary elite Do-Di. Additionally, they had Xiao Yan's actual body. With the two of them joining hands, their fighting strength was incomparably powerful. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of light shot out. They were 3 high-grade spirit stones. Under Xiao Yan's intentional concealment, the shocking energy aura within them did not spread outwards. Even the dazzling milky white light from the spirit stones had been completely covered. Just how precious were high-grade spirit stones? Even origin transformation experts would be moved by them. How could Xiao Yan casually take them out? For safety's sake, he had even added the Way of the Void onto them. Not only did it conceal the enormous energy aura contained within the high-grade spirit stones, it also concealed their light. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still chose a high spot on the huge rock to prevent others from discovering the spirit stones if they were too close. Soon after, the 3 rays of light each floated in front of the 3 avatars. Under Xiao Yan's guidance, waves of pure energy surged out and swiftly entered the bodies of the 9 avatars. When the sun rose from the distant east the next day, the group that had rested for an entire night had already disappeared. Only a few traces of their departure could be seen on the ground covered in rubble. The group had already begun their journey once again. During the next few days, the journey was still arduous. However, for some unknown reason, everyone's footsteps had become much faster. Along the way, everyone used Xiao Yan as the core and did their best to keep up with the footsteps of this young man. Although the process was even more tiring compared to a couple of days ago, these people were surprised to discover that the strength within their bodies appeared to have become much thicker. In this way, the originally dull and boring journey actually made these people feel more energetic. By noon on the 3rd day, the environment around the group gradually changed. They could see a boundless mountain range at the end of their line of sight. That was where the main hall of the Northern Desolated Hall was located, the Northern Mountain. Chapter 991. At the same time that Xiao Yan passed through the desert, the Southern Hall Master of the Northern Desolation Hall, who had just broken through to the Origin Transformation Realm, was currently standing in the main hall of the Northern Desolation Hall. What did you say? The Southern Hall was destroyed. The Southern Hall of my Northern Desolation Hall was destroyed by a brat. You sure are competent as a hall master. A dignified middle-aged man in embroidered robes sat on the main seat of the hall with a frown on his face. He angrily looked at the southern hall master, who was standing in the center of the hall with his head lowered. His tone was extremely low. The destruction of the southern hall was due to this subordinate's negligence, and I am willing to accept the punishment. However, this subordinate was at a critical juncture of breaking through at the time and was unable to do anything else. That is why this disaster happened. I hope that the hall master can understand. The southern hall master clasped his hands towards the middle-aged man. His words were an apology, but his tone sounded more like he was asking for credit. Oh. Breakthrough. You mean, you broke through to the origin transformation realm. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. A light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Yes, I wasn't in the southern hall at that time. I chose another place to break through. Therefore, I didn't know what happened in the southern hall. When I returned to the city, it was already a mess. I couldn't help but panic. That's why I hurriedly came here to apologize. The southern hall master lowered his head, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Asking for forgiveness was bullshit. If he had not broken through, the person before him would not have spared him so easily. However, now that they were both origin transformation experts, the person before him would definitely be wary of him. There was no need to ask for forgiveness. Oh, so that's how it is, the southern hall master revealed an expression of sudden realization. Hearing this, the southern hall master smiled inwardly. But soon after. Since you have come to beg for forgiveness, why do you have to emphasize that you have broken through to the origin transformation realm? What, do you think I can't tell? Or do you think that I will be wary of you just because you have broken through to the origin transformation realm? The domineering voice reverberated in the hall. An extremely powerful aura instantly swept out from the middle-aged man on the main seat. The terrifying pressure caused the entire hall to buzz at this moment. Boom! A merciless pressure descended on the South Palace Master's head. Before he could regain his senses, the terrifying power had already pressed down heavily on his body. With a bang, he half knelt on the ground, and his entire body was completely bent. Humph! The South Hall Master felt a sweetness in his throat after he let out a muffled groan. A faint fishy sweetness surged up. At the same time, a rich horror crazily surged from the bottom of his heart. It was accompanied by an incomparable shock. He had underestimated the strength of an origin transformation expert. I don't dare. Only after enduring the terrifying pressure from the Hall Master with a deathly pale face did the South Hall Master understand that the difference between him and the Hall Master was like the distance between heaven and earth. Even though they were both origin transformation experts, his cultivation was far from being the latter's opponent. If the Hall Master really wanted to attack him, the outcome would be a one-sided slaughter. Humph. You'd better put away your thoughts. You have to remember who is the boss in the northern wilderness. If you want to be promoted, you have to see how capable you are. Glancing coldly at the South Palace Master, the South Palace Master sneered in his heart. He had been the overlord of the Northern Barren territory for so many years. He had seen all kinds of people and killed all kinds of strong cultivators. If the person in front of him could obey him, he would be his loyal dog. But if not, he could just kill him and raise him again. Humph, get up. Now that the Southern Hall has been destroyed, it's too late to say anything. Although you had your reasons, the Southern Hall is still under your jurisdiction. Aside from something like this, you have to be punished. What do you think? Only after a series of cold words did the Hall Master withdraw his pressure. Since he had achieved his goal of intimidating the South Hall Master, there was obviously no need for him to force the South Hall Master. Otherwise, it would only backfire, which was not an outcome he wanted to see. At this moment, the South Hall Master was also shocked by the middle-aged man's terrifying cultivation. He did not dare to refute the man's words, so he immediately nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I won't make things too difficult for you. Go back and rebuild the southern hall. Make those who dared to mock my northern desolate hall pay the price. Make them understand just who is the boss in the northern wilderness. Yes. The South Hall Master respectfully nodded. His half-kneeling body trembled as he climbed up from the ground. After rebuilding the southern hall, I'll punish you by prohibiting you from leaving the southern hall for 5 years. No matter what happens, you must remain in the southern hall. This will be your punishment for failing to fulfill your duty. What do you think? The palace master withdrew his previous cold attitude and spoke in a calm tone. The South Hall Master immediately nodded. Being prohibited from leaving the southern hall for 5 years was equivalent to nothing to him. Perhaps this was another way for the palace master to subdue the South Hall Master. After a few more words, the South Hall Master left the hall under the signal of the middle-aged man on the main seat. In the blink of an eye, the huge hall became empty again. The middle-aged man sat silently on the chair, frowning slightly. His right index finger, which was placed on the armrest, gently tapped on it, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, in a dark corner of the hall, a faint and strange fog suddenly rose. It was like a ghost, passing through the stone pillars that supported the hall, and the lights on them were extinguished at the same time. TSK, 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 TSK. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Xiao Yan, I didn't expect you to survive in the ancient tomb and come to the northern region. TSK, 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 TSK. A strange laughter came from the black fog. When the palace master heard this voice, he unconsciously twisted his body. Given his temperament, he was also afraid of this thing that was neither human nor ghost. He is the person you are looking for. The palace master's emotionless voice came out of his mouth. Looking at the strange black fog that was approaching him, the palace master did not hide the disgust in his eyes. The longer he interacted with them, the more he could feel their disgust. TSK, 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 TSK. That's right, we have been waiting for him for a long time. The person who is targeted by you will definitely have a terrible ending. The palace master said without any fear. TSK, 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 Palace Master, we will need your help next. As long as you can capture him, the higher-ups will be very satisfied with you. I only ask about the reward. Without any formalities, the Palace Master asked the question he was most concerned about. Yuan Wang. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. This time around, even the middle-aged man's expression involuntarily changed. In the past, when he worked for these fellows, he was at the very most able to obtain a small portion of the benefits. However, it was unexpected that capturing a small Do-D this time around would actually give him such an exciting benefit. What is the identity of this brat? He is actually worth all of you paying such a price for his life. Tisk TSK TSK. Palace Master, the higher-ups do not like people who talk too much. A dark and cold voice was emitted from the black fog. Immediately, the cluster of black fog drifted away. In the blink of an eye, it once again disappeared into the dark corner of the hole.